2024 for a few reasons. For mass deportations, for the economy, but for a renewed sense of government. The Democrats were so manifestly corrupt. A lot of people had questions about the 2020 election, and they proved those suspicions in 2024 when they elected Trump with the popular vote. And then they're going to look at this and they're going to say Republicans can't even pass legislation that is approved by the overwhelming majority of both parties? What? Why? Why can't they? Listen to Chuck Schumer. Just listen to what Chuck Schumer has to say about the SAVE Act.
Yes, but their bill isn't voter ID, number one. It is about voter registration. It allows ICE to kick tens of millions of people off the rolls, and they don't tell them until Election Day, and you show up and you say, you're not registered anymore. You're not registered here. You're not on the rolls.
What an odd thing to say. Why would voter ID legislation permit ICE to kick all these people off the voter rolls? Was that a little Freudian slip? Was slick little Chuck Schumer?
Put all the engines in, dog.
The Republicans say we need the Save America Act in order to stop illegals from voting. The Democrats previously said illegals do not vote. Now, of course, we've caught illegals voting.
Dog, is that monster in the back?
Voting for themselves to win.
Yeah, it's a new one that I found. I've never seen it before, other than one time. Hold on, let me put it right here. Where the fuck is it open? Here. Yeah, right. It actually looks pretty cool. And it tastes pretty good.
Electric blue.
I've been trying to find new flavors for a couple months, just because not that I'm bored of the original. It's just thought might as well. The only other one that I like is mango. Mango something, mango chaos or some shit. But that one I actually found at the gas station that we would walk to get Tim's, because they have a bunch of different. They have like 5 or 6 different flavors that I haven't seen before, so that's cool. Do you ever drink Monster? I don't think you do, right?
No.
It kind of tastes a bit like those gummy worms with the sugar on them, like the sour gummy worms. I mean, it doesn't taste cheap though. It doesn't taste like candy, which is a good thing. I don't like when drinks taste like candy. I feel like that's stupid, but that's what that resembles to me. Which usually I wouldn't like, but they did a good job there. Were you already off work by the time you joined the party?
Yeah.
And you still get paid for, are you able to finish at like 7 or 7:20 at home?
Yeah.
And you still get paid, I assume?
Yeah.
So wait, do you technically get paid by salary? Or is it by workload?
I know it's $20 an hour.
Okay, so it's probably, I guess that's technically wage then. Maybe just because it's a good company that you get paid, even if you're like technically not working.
In public office multiple times. Just last year. But now Chuck Schumer is saying we can't have the Save America Act because then ICE would kick millions of people off the voter rolls. What an odd thing to say. Almost as if Republicans were right all along, there is a reason why the overwhelming majority of voters in both parties support voter ID, and the only people who don't support are the crook Democrat politicians who rely on illegals to elect them. You know, the story I want to get to is one of my top stories of the day. It's this viral column. It's my lead story. This viral column. Okay, I'll have to get to it. It was my lead. Look, I don't care that I'm running late. Deal with it. Deal with it, Daily Wire producers. We have to get to it. I'll get to it quickly, though. Very stupid column. I regret having children. It's in The Cut by New York Magazine. It was going bonkers. Here is just the pitch up, right at the top. Sooner or later, everyone has to decide whether to give up lazy weekends, disposable income, and overall peace of mind to have a baby instead. For many of those on the fence, one anxiety looms large. What if I make the wrong choice? Parent regret is more common than you might think. The Reddit page, the R Regretful Parents subreddit alone, gets around 70,000 weekly visitors who anonymously commiserate. Though stigma makes it hard to admit in real life. Below, 3 moms of young children talk about why they wish they could go back to their old lives. First off the top, turning to Reddit to find samples of well-balanced, mentally stable people.
So I assume you're not
visit
cooking.
Pygmies to put together a basketball team.
No.
You are setting yourself up for failure right off the top. But
Are
maybe
you gonna eat while you stream or whatever?
And they found 3 people to be interviewed for this article. The 34-year-old Rhode Island mother of a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old.
I think so.
I gave up everything I liked about my life to make children. fit
Building
into
the
it.
shit.
Yeah.
When my husband and I were dating, his
do it
deal
yesterday
breaker was
'cause
having
my back
kids.
wasn't
I didn't feel the same way,
good enough,
but I
so
didn't
I
see
wanted to
life
take
without
another
children as an
3
option.
hours.
The whole point of marriage is to have children. Some people don't get to have children. Infertility is a cross that some people bear. It's a fallen world. But the purpose of marriage is the procreation and education of children. A good of marriage is the mutual support of the spouses. That's great. That's wonderful too. But the point, the telos of marriage is having kids. She says, yeah, it was weird. My husband said that the only reason he would want to get married is to have kids. Isn't that so weird? I remember telling my husband, I'm worried. I love our life now. And I'm not sure what it's going to look like with a child. He told me it's going to get better. I was the executive of a nonprofit.
Would you play something else in the background if I found like a
I was
video?
worried about my career,
sure,
but I
okay.
thought there are working moms everywhere. People do this. Then I have my first
I
baby.
was just asking. I'll see if I can find something later.
Like if you like, I don't know. Like I just kind of stuff that because when I'm doing my exercises, when I'm doing the stuff that I don't mind doing, like I don't know, fucking hip thrusts or push-ups, I'll listen to that kind of stuff, like podcasts or whatever. But once I get into like planks, I need some loud music, so I don't get to watch it for that amount of time. And I'm doing that shit. It's interesting that I don't know if you've heard about. Apparently, the Ayatollah's son, like the guy that died, his son. He said that like the dad said that he wouldn't be good enough for, like to lead, to take his spot. And apparently, it came out that his son is gay, which is
Shit.
pretty insane. Cause I wonder like how the dad found out, and then why he didn't, do what they usually do.
So wait, if he's gay, then isn't he going to be like stoned to death or whatever?
Well, if he has enough power, I'm sure they won't, but they could. I don't think they want to. Okay, because imagine this, right? A lot of the people that are anti them going and like attacking Iran, obviously not all of them, but a lot of them is the left, just because for whatever reason. I feel like if it came out that they stoned a gay dude because he's gay, they'd probably lose a lot of support, which they know they have over here. I'll just play. But that is also interesting, right? Because you have to think of. I believe the Ayatollah has to be able. They need to be able to track your lineage back to Muhammad, whether it's like directly his lineage or I believe like maybe a cousin of his or something. But I wonder how that works with that if you can't even like naturally have kids. I don't know if they're allowed to do the.
So those people, they have an ancestry to Muhammad or whatever.
I believe that's how that works. Unless I don't believe I'm mistaken. But you know, sometimes people like that, they just claim that they are. I don't know what exactly they do to verify, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I think that's one reason why it went to him instead of someone else that may have been more fitting for the job, I guess. What?
Is that the last part?
Like if it wasn't due to lineage, it probably could have gone to someone else, right? I assume.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, I probably should have gone to someone else. The fact that it went to his son by default, I feel like that's probably why. Holy fuck. I want to try to go for a walk, like a long walk, soon. So if you want to go, if you want to do that, then I'd be down. Like, not, doesn't have to be like right away.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you know.
Are you at that stage where you can't play something properly enough, so it's hard to keep playing? Yeah, and you're not like looking at anything to learn it better. Yeah, I wonder how my fingers are gonna be when I'm older. Probably not gonna be very fun.
Why?
Well, for less of a like for the what's the word? Like I guess gaming, but that I don't think that's as bad as even doing this. I feel like nowadays it's almost impossible to not get carpal tunnel at some point in your life if you're our age, unless you just don't have a phone and don't type.
Uh-huh.
When you sit, do you have to brace your core or can you just relax?
I could just relax.
I wonder if that's good for like longevity. Because I can't really anymore. So I wonder if that is good or bad.
Well, at least you're preventing yourself from going in like a bad posture.
Well, the thing is, sometimes it's really hard not to. Like sometimes you don't even notice you're doing it. Because sometimes the bad posture feels better, which sounds flipped. And sometimes the good posture it actually either hurts or is super uncomfortable. Like I have to train myself to not have bad posture. Like right now it hurts, and it doesn't feel good. Where I can go all the way to the right, stretch my whole entire left side, but it would feel better. It's fucking insane. It's retarded.
Oh.
Nice.
Bleaching. Fucking idiots. Dog, it's 8 o'clock. Aren't you happy?
No, why should I be?
It is true. As you become an adult, you get less and less time for yourself. You could hear me fine, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. But can you hear me?
Fuck.
dude. The guy's channel name is It Will Be Over Soon.
Dude, I didn't realize fucking playing like an hour and a half of basketball fucking floor you like this. Fucking hobbling everywhere today.
Is it your feet or your legs?
Mainly the feet, or yeah, both. But yeah.
You think we'll ever develop warp drive or hyperspace, whichever?
Some people say we already have. It's just secret base somewhere.
That'd be cool. I feel like if we don't, that'd be kind of embarrassing in my opinion. Whether or not it's fucking insanely hard.
Why?
Huh?
Why would it be embarrassing?
Well, cause you know, we want to travel space and go to another planet in our own solar system, and it takes however fucking long for that to happen. I don't know. I can't. Maybe I can't really give a reason. It's just a feeling. But I just feel like we should be able to. Because when someone says, "Oh, you can't go faster than light," I'm like, bro, like, fucking make it happen.
Yeah, why don't you make it happen?
Well,
Nice.
I wasn't given the knowledge that they were given, so.
What do you mean, dog? You go study some books. Be the change you want to see in the world, dog. You fucking piece of shit.
I wonder if they could, like, surround. So, light particles are photons, right?
I think so, yeah.
So, they should try to harness photons and then maybe make it like a physical, like maybe make it so compact and dense around the ship that it's like a floating photon, or like it's a flying photon, and they can
The entire ship is a photon?
Well, yeah, since it'd be like on the outside, like all covered all on the outside. So they can, if they can manipulate, It's almost like, um, not really, but a depressurized room. It's like everything inside is, or like a pressurized room. It's like everything on the inside is pressurized, but everything outside isn't. But like on a molecular scale.
I think there is something. It's not like warp drive or anything, but it's like the solar cell, where they use light, basically get the ship up to speed. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah.
Because like if you're gonna use fictional things to maybe get your ideas from, it's like if you have artificial gravity, which I feel like we should have, and should try to have, whether we have it already or not. But like something in Star Wars where it would be called like a repulsor system, where the external gravity, like I said, like the pressurized cabin, like the outside doesn't affect you because you have, I don't know, machines or whatever that are counteracting it. So it's like try to have that shit too.
Like how like when it goes into hyperspeed, everything like stays like the same inside the
Stays
ship.
the same, but also if you were to enter an orbit, it wouldn't be. It either wouldn't be affected or wouldn't be as affected from the gravity of the planet or the moon, whatever. But yeah, mostly during hyperspace.
I don't know how the fuck they would do that.
Well, the way that I look at it, right, is even 200 years ago, maybe 250 years ago, what the fuck is an Android phone? Like we're talking through something that like on a computer. Like, yeah, they could have maybe theorized that it could exist. Like how what's his name, Leonardo da Vinci drew a fucking plane and all that shit, like a weird thing with wings that can fly but with no propulsion system, as far as I remember. It's like, why can't they have something like that?
Yeah, I guess that's genius, right? Somebody who can see something that everybody else can't. Like I don't know how the fuck they would
Can
do
you bring
that,
it down
but
there?
I
If I'm going to.
guess there's somebody who would be able to.
I guess bring it here.
Can you make it Wednesday with your other stuff? What are you making Wednesday?
Like, if you want me to make it Wednesday, I'll make it Wednesday.
Just so like, and I'll eat it Wednesday.
It's
Who knows? Maybe if we make AI really smart, it'd be able to figure out things like that. Think like equations that we would never think of. And we can kill the AI so it doesn't kill us. Just completely delete it once we learn enough.
I don't think that would happen though. I don't think we'd be able to kill it. Because if it provides the thing to kill it, I feel like it knows that we would use it against it, so it would have like a.
Don't you think the... Hold on. Don't you think the AI would maybe get a little arrogant since it's made by humans? It has... like it might have some human characteristics that could get arrogant so we could beat it? Or do you think it would just be like completely logical and perfect?
This thing is running on like 50,000 GPUs, right? Out of like some factory or warehouse. I don't know what that equates to, like in terms of human brains, but I'm just literally thinking nanoseconds a million times faster than a human being. So, there's multiple AIs too. So we're creating a pantheon. GPT. I know it's like an acronym or whatever, but getting awfully close to the word God. It's already got 3 letters. It's got the first. Who knows? Maybe 50 years in the future, we'll be calling that thing God. I don't know.
What does GPT stand for? Do you know? I've never looked it up.
I want to say it's general something something. Well, it's Chat GPT, so I don't know what it actually is, but best we can do is try to stop AI and just do nothing, dude. So I don't think you can.
Well, I guess you'd have to destroy all the computers, right?
Like, what do you do? What do you do if, because it's like game theory, right? Like, what if we stop making AI, but our enemies keep on using AI?
Because of course they will.
So like we're kind of in a situation where we can't backpedal really.
Yeah, because just making something illegal for any country to do doesn't mean they're going to stop. It's usually exactly when they keep going.
It's not really gonna work out too well. So you want warp drive?
Well,
You hear me?
yeah, I don't know if I like specifically want it, but okay. Why do I remember putting 3 on here, but I only put 2? So I remember doing the wrong thing, but that didn't happen. Am I retarded?
It's me, dude. I don't know how the fuck this thing is built. Oh. What are your, where's your mom and your sister cooking?
Something having to do with chicken. They didn't even know until they started, so I don't know what it is.
something most Canadians.
Nice.
Leclerc just backed up Lewis in the straight.
Yeah, I'm sorry that wasn't fair.
Copy that, mate. We've reported him.
I am supposed to be on your side, Max. I'm trying to give you some help.
The Chinese Grand Prix is underway.
Dude, if I don't get hit for this stream, then YouTube has changed. Awesome. I don't know how long it'll take.
That's playing.
No, because I'm
It's
playing
Hamilton,
F1 in the background.
Antonelli, Leclerc and Russell, the top four.
They definitely are not fond of you even reacting to stuff most of the times.
That is bold stuff. Not completed on the road, but real statement of intent for Oliver Behrman, who will surely have to give the place back to Isaac Hadjar, and he immediately spins.
Everything okay with the car?
Yes, but turns out this trial into bugs. Too much vibrations.
Yeah, copy.
The Alpine versus the Racing Bulls. Looking to the inside. Oh, you don't need to be that brave, Liam Lawson, and he realised it. Lindblad going deep, Gasly going deep. What's the traction for Liam Lawson like? Enough to move up to 7th.
Sorry, that's it.
I had contact in turn 3. Let me just check on him, my left rear.
Copy that. Tires look okay. Pressure's good.
No major issues with the car at the moment. Just nose your tire, quarter front left.
Yep.
81 if you can.
Gap 0.5 ahead and behind. And George at 0.5 behind Leclerc.
Kimi Antonelli back to the lead.
So Leclerc will have an overtake ahead.
Russell trying to get the move done. Russell to the inside of turn number 1.
Diff entry, diff high speed available. Lewis 0.6 behind.
Good.
So Lewis will have overtake.
That is George Russell disappearing up to 2nd place. Mercedes 1-2.
Try to get through as efficiently as possible, Max, but without overstressing them in the areas that we would want to avoid, please.
Off the road goes Lance Stroll. The Aston Martin coming to a halt in the first turns of the racetrack.
Safety car, safety car.
Oh, what do we do?
This is why Menno. Top reasons why you should never buy a cane Corso. Reason number 1, they are unbelievably strong. And I don't just mean physically strong, like they can drag you down the street, which they can, but they're also very high.
It's almost 9 o'clock. Dog, it's almost your bedtime. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Guten Stunden. Guten. Guten Baluten. Guten Baluten. Guten Baluten. Okay. Oh. Shows you the coffin. How's your shoulder?
Well, I didn't do anything for it on Friday, which would usually be my chest, triceps, and shoulders day, which fucking pissed me off or whatever. I would say it obviously felt better than if I did do that, but it didn't feel good enough to where I thought I'd be able to do it this week. But today I did some rotator cuff-ish exercises, and I'll see how it feels after. Other than that, I don't know yet. Huh?
Oh, like how did it feel during the exercise?
I still felt the pain, obviously, but I just went really slow. Instead of like,
Yeah.
So I just went as slow as possible. Didn't even do reps. I just went for steady speed. I don't know how to explain it. I just want it to be contracting without any like actual force being applied. So. Nice.
I'm giving you applause.
Yeah.
Just get a fucking rear delt heck machine, dog.
Nice. I'll just sell both my legs and buy one.
Just gonna sell one of your fucking kidneys, dog.
Wait, say that again?
Sell a kidney, dog.
Well, why might as well just sell both, right?
Well, I don't know. Can you live without both? I don't know.
No.
So I was
Are those the ones that grow back?
That's liver.
Or is that the liver? Oh. Yeah, cut off part of your liver, sell that. And then,
But it's
take a couple months.
I think, aren't you like susceptible to a bunch of shit after that? Like it's not like you just give away half.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Those pain meds will help.
The ones I have right now? No, they won't. It's not what they're for.
Yes.
No, they are for nerve pain, not for like a pain of you being.
Your liver will be pain.
So I had to let them know, like, Israel definitely pays better than Netflix. From my
That's gonna be awesome, dude. You're gonna have back pain and then pain at the surgical site. Your fucking liver's in pain. Dude, that'll be so lit, dude.
Yeah.
Hearing all the complaints.
I'll be then because when I got my appendix
by
out,
Netflix and all of that.
I just naturally went forward because I
even
don't
more
know.
now. I like it even more.
Physically.
In fact, I'm gonna.
So that would be
more.
Exaggerated
Fuck you.
with the
That is my answer.
with
right
a bad
there.
back and a kidney
I
guy.
apologize for absolutely nothing. And
sell a kidney and half of your liver.
Entire series, it is amazing.
Donate a lot of blood.
I
Buy that.
did have to straighten out a few
tech
things.
flying machine.
Right here. So right here, One Piece, like I said, One Piece season 2 is absolutely incredible. I might prefer it over season 1. Somebody says you only like it because you never read the manga or seen the anime. Now that's very reasonable. That's very reasonable. Because I don't know.
Try the bench that I have.
And clearly there are some changes to the source material that are bothering a lot of fans.
Say that again.
Did you ever try the bench that I had, like the one that inclines? If you ever came over to my place or at the store, did you ever get to try it out?
The last time I was at your house to work out was, I think, exactly 5 years ago. Like maybe like in a month it will be 5 years exactly. So if you've gotten it since then no.
Totally understand that. However, this person said it's because he got a fat check from Netflix. Look at there. I got paid from Netflix to like
Dog. I'm evolving, and so is my name.
Well, damn.
Hey, dog.
From this point
I
on,
informed this person of something they
you shall
were
call
very
me
not ready for.
Brandonis Chat
and I said,
Maximus.
I think I'll just call you the AI, dude. Apparently the AI doesn't give a fuck about its own terms of service. It does whatever you want, so I'll just call you AI.
Bro,
experience,
you just gotta
Israel
fucking
pays
keep trying, and eventually
okay,
it'll...
so I'm not really worried.
You know what happens when I try to get it to do something with the picture I've already given it? Just, hey, put this or remove this little small thing. Like, let's, okay. I'll actually get you the real example.
No example.
Huh?
No example? That's what you said?
No, I'm gonna get you the example because I sent the picture to myself. So this. Let's say there's this, right? There was something in the bottom left of the screen which I got it to remove. It was fine. But there's another one where I don't think it's here for some. Oh, this one. If I want the AI to put a small ship right where the lasers are being shot, it removes the entire Superstar Destroyer, that is most of the screen, and puts a morphed, weird-looking ship that isn't even close to being symmetrical. So it removes the main thing of the picture and adds something that looks retarded. Like actually, it looks like it's like all disfigured. That's what AI does for me.
Oh, I don't know if I could get it to work with that. I feel like it doesn't understand. I feel like it understands human bodies better than it does shit like that.
Other than hands, I guess.
Look at the amount of porn AIs use to make versus trading Star Destroyers, right?
Yeah, I guess. But that's, to me, that's just something that should be simple to AI, in my opinion. Like, you can do that in 5 minutes in Photoshop. So why can't the AI do it?
Worried about Netflix and their little bitty checks because Israel pays much better. And then, did they delete it? Oh, they deleted it. So they said something, and they were like, do you know from experience? So then I responded with this right here. Okay? Are they, like, deleting shit right now?
What do you think of that one that I sent you, dog?
Say that again?
So,
What do you think of the one that I sent you?
Today, that was fucking lit, dude. And then she makes those faces, too. It's like, holy fuck.
She fucking likes me, dog.
Other responses. This person blocked me. Spoilers, they blocked me. Okay? So then they said,
you know, blah, 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 blah. In any case, they can't bitch about race swaps in Hollywood and then praise this shit. So I responded. And I said, I have said multiple times that everyone complaining about the race swaps because they are knowledgeable of the source material, unlike me, are 100% justified and should be respected. But you just sound like an emotionally broken woman. I don't care how upset you are about any of this. Typical emotionally broken loser who can't do any research before making accusations. I have been standing up for people like you that were complaining about this. Now I'm just going to laugh at you. Damn it, they are deleting every fucking thing. There it is, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. To blah, 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 okay? So they called me an idiot right here, okay? They called me an idiot, and they said, just keep consuming the slop. And I said, I will. What are you going to do about it? Well, they called me an idiot, and then I responded with, right here, me nothing. However, you, however, aren't really beating the idiot allegations. I'm not beating the idiot accusations or the allegations, you say? Well. I responded with IDOT, but this person then responded with, I'm pretty sure I spelled it correctly, but I can't find it because they got mad at me and blocked me, so I am blocked. So, I was having fun. Apparently they got mad because I'm getting paid by Israel. So it is what it is. But no, I'm not being paid by Netflix. I am being paid by Israel. So there's, I hope Massad's not watching right now. I probably shouldn't say this, but in my contract with Israel, I am not allowed to have a contract with Netflix. Not because there's an issue with Netflix. It's because after we agreed to it, then they got mad at me because I called Netanyahu Netflix Yahoo.
I don't think so.
Okay? So then they came to me and they were like,
I don't think I've seen one where her ass gets
bigger.
bigger.
Calling our leader Netflix Yahoo is a fucking problem. And I was like, it's just a meme. It's just a joke. And they were like, sign this or you're not getting paid by us anymore. So I was like, oh, my bad. So anyway, that's the backstory. It's a messy situation, but we'll work it all out. But ultimately, that's why. Don't mess up the contract. I know, I'm trying not to, all right? JC, is it Jay Crilly says, what is this? Is this something what is this? Are you guys trying to get me to say something? I have no idea what this is about. Is this a meme I'm not aware of? I have no idea what this means. So, what is this? You got a G&G hat on, though. So, what? I don't even know what the hell this is. Let me see. That's not his real name. Israel. Oh, this is the dude, right? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. I know who you're talking about now. Didn't he get elected for a local office or something like that? Wasn't there like was it a sheriff's position or something like that? Is this the guy? Am I correct about that? Oh, that was a different dude? Okay. Well, either way, both very, very good people, and respect to both of them. Oh, this is from the 80s? Okay, my bad. I thought it was like a Gary from Neurotic joke or something. Bumblebee says, when does a man die? Did you like Chopper's backstory? Loved everything with Chopper in One Piece live action. Yes. There is nothing about season 2 I don't like. I fucking loved everything about it. And yeah, look, we're not going to make this all about entertainment, so we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, but in terms of One Piece, yes, there are, again,
do you think that it allows you, or
based on the story
it lets things pass because it's not a real person?
But obviously you see the complaints, and then you see, okay, they've done like quite a few all I
just think sometimes it bonks out.
They're telling, there's nothing, if you don't have prior knowledge of it, there's nothing that is
Yeah, but
woke,
usually
there's no
things like
identity
that don't
politics from a
wonk out when
storytelling
it's something that should violate its terms of service, though.
But
That's like
I
the
get
only
it.
times it
Fans
doesn't
should
wonk
be
out.
upset with this, and they are justified in being upset by this, 100%. So I do get it. All right, so anyway, I'll probably cover that more on Geeks and Gamers, but I love everything about One Piece Season 2. I think it's fucking fantastic. Bright says a pre-stream clown tax. Hail the 199. Packy Proton says super chat fun. Say it 4 times faster. I am not saying that. Not doing it. So, Captain JPS says Jeremy's no life tax. Glory of Romas Forever says all you do is stream. Why aren't you getting?
Huh? Oh.
Fold. Take one and fold it. They're not like they look burnt, but they're not. They're still really soft.
How many can I take?
Like half.
If I can take this one and that one.
Anything, if you don't eat any of them for any reason, just bring it up. Here, Dad.
Huh? What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What do you think your sister would say if she saw that shit?
Probably think you're weird, I don't know. Much, but like. That's not gonna shit. Gotta test the limits, right?
Any better at it? Hail the 199. I mean, that is true. Let's see. Jeremy's gay says Jeremy likes the woke version of One Piece and also likes the woke version of Doom. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna call those things woke, then you're gonna lose all credibility to call anything woke. So, but yeah, I do like One Piece and I like both Dune movies. However, I like the first one more. Flag Ninja says, I'm so stoked. Somehow a buddy of mine got tickets for advanced screening of Project Hail Mary, so I'm going to see it in a couple of hours. I'm looking forward to Project Hail Mary. It looks fantastic. Word of mouth has been phenomenal for it, so I'm hoping it's as good as everybody says it is. Cyber Ice says, Happy Austin 316 Day. Give me a Hail 199. Yeah. Hail 199. Yeah. Let's go. Chad says, IDOT. Delta Dragon says season 2 isn't perfect, but it's still pretty good. Give the anime a shot if you're interested. It's
Maybe I'll
as
bring
good,
down
if not
my
better.
earbuds.
I am 100% interested in the One Piece anime.
While I'm eating, so I
Which
have
is exactly
my
what any
wireless
live
headphones.
adaptation should do. It should make you interested in wanting to see the source material, and that is what the live action has done. Okay, we have to talk about this because Piers Morgan had some people on, and look at the title of this right here. MAGA is dead. That is the title. MAGA is dead. Did you know MAGA was dead, everybody? I was not aware of this, but apparently MAGA is dead. It's over. Might as well pack it up, everybody. MAGA is dead. Let's hear what they have to say about this.
MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. I consider him a dear friend, and I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president.
This is...
What?
The riskiest thing Trump has ever done in politics, bar none. The only reason that I'm not freaking out now, I say I'm not freaking out until week 6. He said it would take 5 weeks. I'm going to freak out on week 6. For now, I say let him cook.
I'm announcing right now on your platform another invitation for Ben Shapiro to debate me. You gave him space, you platformed his views, you gave him time, and all of that was not enough for him.
might be tempted for a bit of a transfer to the unsavory.
Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am blown away that President Trump has to deal with all the shit he's dealing with right now. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he deals with this. I really don't. Like all of the stuff that's going on, all of the people that are constantly trying to manipulate and stab him in the back and create narratives. It really is something else to witness, man. It really is, because these people are crazy. They are absolutely crazy. Hang on, I had to adjust that really quick. So between people that are claiming they've known him for 20 years and consider him a dear friend, between all of the stuff with these mainstream media personalities that really built their following off of, MAGA essentially, and now they're turning on him from that perspective. It's fucking crazy the amount of stuff that this man is dealing with. And look, I like Michael Knowles. Is this the riskiest thing Trump has ever done in politics? I feel like everything Trump does is the riskiest thing that he's done in politics. Every time Trump does anything, the world implodes. The meltdowns happen. Everyone says MAGA is dead. Everyone says Trump is done. Everyone freaks out every fucking time he does anything. Now, I think this is a very risky move for sure. It's absolutely a risky move. But context is important. Every time Trump does anything, the freakouts happen.
Do you fancy joining us?
Oh. Okay.
Whoa. Yo. What the hell? Why does she, like, obviously that's good too, but why does she make that face like she's, like, either gonna bite you or, I don't know. Like, could it be like one of those ones? Huh? Yeah, the one you sent, like, obviously getting into that stance. Could you think you could get her to, like, make other facial expressions?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I'm a master of my craft, dog. You're talking about world-class degenerates.
Consequences of President Trump are severe. The midterm elections are already looking pretty
You
bleak.
should be the
Now voters are glued to their
professor
screens,
at a school
watching the
of
US spend
how to
$1 billion
fucking use
per day
AI
on a
properly,
war
apparently.
they mostly oppose at a time instead of the economy is their foremost priority. A president
But
who
maybe
returns
I
to
am
the White
just
House
going
with
about
such
it the wrong
energy and
way. I
optimism
don't know.
could well leave it as a lame duck, and he may well be impeached again. It's one of many reasons why some of Trump's most fervent supporters are so openly upset that he's supposedly reneged on his.
Like who? Like Megyn Kelly is not one of his biggest supporters. Tucker Carlson, Shapiro now. I know Shapiro's on the pro-Trump side because of Israel, but like, who are we talking about that some of the most, like some of his most dedicated supporters? This is bullshit. That's a bullshit narrative. That's a bullshit narrative.
Peace ticket pledge, and no matter where you stand on the conservative media food fight, the shifting balance of power is objectively remarkable. Senator Lindsey Graham and commentator Mark Levin, both former never Trumpers, who are currently declaring a holy war are back in.
Yeah, well, why is it when you're talking about people that are pro-Trump now, it's important to qualify that they are former never Trumpers, but you're not going to qualify that all the people that you're claiming are his biggest supporters were also never Trumpers? Why don't you give that qualification? Because you're trying to build a narrative that Trump is losing his most dedicated supporters. That's a fucking lie, okay? That's a fucking lie, and you're building a false narrative right there off rip.
In Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Tucker Carlson, among others, are frozen out. The president wrote a lengthy and passionate tribute to Levine this weekend after Megyn Kelly said that Levine's inflammatory rhetoric is a result of what she called his micro-penis. Marjorie Taylor Greene has just responded by saying that MAG has been destroyed by micro-penis Mark Levin. Tucker Carlson, of course, campaign.
So Megyn Kelly and Marjorie Taylor Greene are calling Mark Levin micro-penis. Gamers won. Gamers have won. We're back. Gamers, now, we are basically having Xbox Live lobby in the world of mainstream politics now.
Trump was beloved by the administration, now suspects the same administration is trying to lock him up.
So the other day I found out that the CIA is preparing some kind of criminal referral against me, a crime report, to the Department of Justice on the basis of a supposed crime I committed. What's that crime? Well, talking to people in Iran before the war. They read my texts. So the crime under consideration apparently would be the Foreign Agent Act or something like that, acting as an agent of a foreign power. And I don't expect this to go anywhere. I'm not too worried about an actual criminal case against me for a bunch of reasons. One, I'm not an agent.
The AI turned into a demon on this one.
Thanks, Tucker. Okay, well, hey.
Wait, I actually wonder if you can make her look like the demons from Thing.
What's the big deal? So
Baldur's Gate, where like they're hot and red and shit.
So the next time we have a concern about someone,
man,
we
that's
just
something
ask.
to at least
And
try
if
to
they
get
just
This
say,
one
well, no, I didn't commit that crime. You're like, oh, okay.
This
Have a good
one
day.
completely
See you
turned her into some kind of
Seems
spawn of hell.
Seems pretty easy, right?
Commenting on U.S. politics and global affairs, I have only one loyalty, and that's the United States, and have never acted against
Holy
it.
fuck, dude, that's funny.
Well, this morning, an Axios reporter said that there is no CIA investigation into Charles, but that hasn't stopped the court of social media convicting him.
But that's kind of what they do, though.
With Attorney General
Like
Laura
when they do that, they always make that face.
Wait, Piers.
Like that's not too inaccurate, honestly.
You have the audio? Do you have the audio on for that?
No, when I have my earbuds in, I'll
acted against it.
Well, this morning, an Axios
well,
reporter said that there is no CIA.
You should probably listen to it. You'll understand what I mean.
So why aren't we asking why is Tucker Carlson claiming this? Why isn't that the top story? Why is Tucker Carlson running with this story if there is no investigation? That is the fucking story right there. And he's just like, move past it. This is absolutely insane, dude.
Convicting him of treason, with Attorney General Laura Lewis suggesting he could face the death penalty. Meanwhile, tensions over the religious pretext.
So he's too busy wanting to take a sarcastic shot at Laura Loomer, calling her the Attorney General, because, of course, she's always, in Trump's ear and everything like that. So he's more interested in that than to question a person that you just had on your show, Piers Morgan. Literally, you just had Tucker Carlson on your show like 2 days ago. And you're not even worried about finding out why he claimed something that the State Department said didn't happen, and you're not worried about going, hey, Tucker, you want to give us some more information on this? So the State Department saying that this never happened, but you uploaded a video that went viral that claimed that you were getting a criminal referral. Can you explain what's going on here, Tucker? Because if you remember, Tucker, about a month ago, there was a pretty big report that you were detained in Israel. And then we got video of that countered that. Now, apparently, and I saw a comment, somebody said that Tucker has addressed this and walked it back. I did not hear
So
Tucker
none of
address
them,
it, but he did
you
walk
were
it back.
listening to the audio for them?
Maybe those are the questions we need to
No.
start asking, Piers. But no. Let's
Oh my
build
God,
this narrative
dude.
that Trump supporters are abandoning.
You're missing out.
For supporting Israel in the war continue to boil over as do the accusations of anti-Semitism leveled at those who oppose it. Many normal people doubtless find all this exhausting. The bad news is that much like the war itself as it stands, there's no end seemingly in sight. We've got an excellent panel patiently standing by, but we begin today with Carrie Pregime.
Hang on. So we got this comment right here who says, hang on. Jeremy won't ever say Christ is king. First of all, okay, it's won't, not want. So I know you're emotional, but slow down there, buddy, okay? It's Jeremy won't ever say Christ is king, not want. Jeremy want. What are you, from the hood? Shit. Jeremy won't ever say Christ is king. Shit. Anyways, what the fuck are you doing? Calm down, tight, don't be so emotional, and we can go back to it, okay?
Boller, the former Miss California, and Trump ally who was just ousted from the Religious Liberty Commission. Well, welcome to you, Carrie. I think it's your first time on Census, so I welcome you to the show. What is your view about this? Because I've known Donald Trump a long time, and I'm struggling to not see this attack on Iran as potentially the biggest miscalculation of either of his presidencies, simply because it is going on already much longer than he indicated it would, and there's no apparent easy off-ramp for him now, and it's causing a lot of damage economically, politically. Militarily, America is superior, but even there, they're sustaining losses. And there are many people, even in the most fervent MAGA part of his support.
Okay, see, good. All right, here. You typed in the chat and you said Christ is king. You didn't say Christ our king. You said Christ is king. You're learning how to type. I'm proud of you, okay? You're learning how to type. Round of applause for Virtual Reality Fitness 283. Can we get a Christ is king in the chat since Virtual Reality Fitness learned or leered how to type without being emotional, okay? Can we get Christ is king in the chat as a celebration?
What do you say? Look, this guy campaigned on no more involvement in foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East. What is he doing? Staking everything on the biggest war imaginable in the Middle East.
Now, before she starts, I want everybody to understand she actually makes some really good points. Okay, she makes some really good points. So just listen right here.
Okay, I'll be back.
This is the best.
I shall be back, ja. Akaloin, ik bin Hamin. Holy shit, brother.
Oh. Oh well. Oh. 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 Fuck. Holy fuck. Oh, fuck. Ah. Oh boy. Oh. 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 Fuck.
Oh, I'm on my phone now. Yeah, it's not gonna lie either. I'm gonna be on my phone instead of with the computer. doing exercises right now, a workout? Because I could go on my phone or the computer again. So I'll call you on the other one.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, dog, you there?
Hey there, Doc.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Well, you can't hear me? La la la. Yeah, you should be able to.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, I can. Fucking Discord is stupid. Oh, fuck. You say for your back exercise or whatever, even though it hurts, it's still good to do the exercise.
Yeah. Because, like, I guess the way to look at it is, I guess like a car, right? If you're gonna repair a car, you're gonna have to remove something, cut something off, weld it. Like, if you were to do that to a person, it would hurt, right? So to fix it, you gotta, because you have to move it. You have to get the muscle in that area at least stabilized or have the muscles working. And just even having the structure there is gonna hurt until you get the structure back. Because your body doesn't know what the fuck it's doing anymore. It's usually. Are you in the middle of a set?
No.
Have you ever had elbow pain before, where if you bend it, like it starts to hurt, and it feels really bad, like it's a sharp pain?
Maybe, yeah.
So it's basically tennis elbow, where I guess if you were to do like the what's supinate? Is that the thumb goes inward or outward?
The thumb goes outward.
Outward. So if you supinate your arm, the muscle on the inside of your arm, on the forearm, if you massage that when you have tennis elbow, it actually removes the pain from your elbow, because it's not your elbow that's the problem, it's your muscle.
Yeah.
Which you never think of that until you do it. So it's kind of like that. You have to kind of go through pain. You have to get the muscle working, and by moving that area, it fucking hurts, but...
I'm gonna go do a set.
Best point she made. And everything, this is the best she's ever sounded. Here she goes. Yeah. I tend to agree. This is typically how women sound best. Yeah. No, you're right. You are correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now let's back it up. Let her actually talk. But yes, that's how she sounded best just then. So.
Thank you so much for having me, Pierce. I've been a loyal supporter of the president for almost 20 years. This goes back to when I was 21 years old and I was Miss California at the Miss USA pageant. And I've known him, I consider him a dear friend, and I will tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation.
I've been a friend of his for 20 years, a close friend of his for 20 years. Oh, boy. So close that I'm going to go on a major network show and I'm going to denounce him. Wow. I know Trump grift, but I'm going to denounce Trump. This is the new grift right here, okay? This is it.
I think that a foreign country has occupied president.
Now, listen to this.
I consider him a dear friend, and I will.
Now, notice how she doesn't because again, this is about emotional manipulation, okay? So notice that she doesn't say Israel at first, because they know that there's a lot of memes on the anti-Israel crowd. So instead of her saying Israel, she just says, we know that a foreign country is involved. And it's meant to go, who's the foreign country? Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay. Ooh. Ooh. That way that they can emotionally manipulate you, okay?
Tell you right now, I do not recognize our president. I think that we are an occupied nation. I think that a foreign country has occupied our government. And we are seeing now that this president of the United
What foreign country? Oh my gosh, who could it be?
States of America is being influenced by a foreign government. And MAGA, let me tell you right now, MAGA is dead. It is deader than dead, and Americans are furious. We do not recognize President Donald J. Trump anymore.
So obviously the foreign government you're talking about is Israel, and Marco Rubio.
You're kidding me. I was on the edge of my seat going, who is this foreign country that is controlling the president? Oh my God. And I had no idea it was Israel. This is breaking news, everyone.
Said before he then did a complete reverse ferret on it, as we would call it over here in England. He said that the reason America preemptively attacked Iran was because Israel, he didn't know what he was talking about, had indicated they were going to launch an attack, and that the Iranians may respond against American interests, which seemed a very convoluted reason for American forces to be committed. And they then, under huge blowback, tried to pretend he hadn't said it, but we all heard what came out of his mouth. And then we heard Antony Blinken, one of his predecessors, say that Netanyahu had tried to persuade both Obama and Biden to do the same thing by saying, I'm about to attack Iran. And when they said no, he then didn't attack Iran. And
so we're to believe that Netanyahu has manipulated Trump, but he couldn't manipulate Obama and Biden. That's the story we're going with now. Okay.
So, many people share your misgivings about this. Notwithstanding that, the polling still shows pretty strong support amongst the MAGA base for Trump. And
so what'd you have for dinner?
How do you explain that?
No, I do.
Chicken, broccoli, rice.
Oh, so just like something pretty plain, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
How was your dinner?
Good.
That's what all the jacked celebrities say is all you need to get a body like theirs, dog.
Yeah, I'm sure all you need to do to fucking earn money is just make $100,000 a year, and then you get a fucking $3 million house. That's probably what they would. Oh, I don't get paid much from YouTube and all, and fucking this and that. I don't get sponsors every other day. Yeah, bullshit.
You have any particular person in mind when you're saying all that shit, dog?
Just pretty much TikTok and Instagram as a whole.
Do not believe that one bit. I talk to MAGA people all day long, every.
Who the fuck do you talk to? Who? What MAGA people are you talking to?
day. And the everyday average American is absolutely against this war, and they.
So this chick, Miss California, is talking to everyday Americans. We're supposed to believe that this chick is going out. She's just going out on a Sunday when a bunch of dudes are in a bar drinking beer and just having good old conversations with them about how they feel about Trump. She's just out. She's just out talking to normal Americans, everyone. Just out talking to more normal people, everyday people.
Know that the only reason why we are even in Iran right now is because of Israel. We see Benjamin Netanyahu coming to our country more than any other foreign government, any other foreign nation. He's been here almost 8 times.
I actually do agree with that. I don't like the fact that he's been here he's come here a lot, actually. So I don't disagree with her point there. Like, in isolation, that point is of a concern, but then she loses all credibility when she whines about all this other shit. She comes here way too much.
This is embarrassing. We are the United States of America. Why are we allowing a foreign country to occupy our government? And now we see, I was removed from the Religious Liberty Commission because I dared to speak out against Israel. It's no longer a conspiracy, Pierce. What Israel wants, Israel gets. And we're witnessing that. And I'm telling you right now, MAGA is dead. And we will not vote for one more politician who lies to us and says, oh, we're going to drain the swamp and we're going to not get involved in foreign wars. Trump has betrayed our country, and he has betrayed MAGA. And
okay, now, again, she started out by saying she's been a close friend of President Trump for 20 years. And now she's saying that Trump has abandoned the United States of America.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Holy shizer.
Shrug. 15, 21, 25. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, my back. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, that feels so weird. Oh my god, this thing's fucking retarded, man. Oh.
People are livid.
I mean, what is fascinating is to see how split the conservative right is now
not
in
split
America in a
at
way I
all.
never imagined possible. You know, I remember you on the Miss California thing.
It's not split at all, Piers. Who? Who is split? Who? Who is split? I need to know. Tell me who.
There was a story at the time, and I remember all that going on. I was actually, at the time, I was a judge on America's Got Talent. I'd just been competing on Donald Trump's inaugural Celebrity Apprentice show. I won it, so I got to know him. So, you know, I remember all that period. And what is fascinating, if you go back to 2008-9, the idea that people like Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, you and others would be so against what Trump, a Republican...
Who is this chick? What are we... We're surprised at this woman that nobody's ever heard of until now, when she bashes Trump. We're surprised that she... Who the hell is she? And no, I'm not surprised that Tucker Carlson, who once said, I hate Donald Trump in a text message when he was still at Fox News. I'm not surprised that Tucker is now anti-Trump. Am I surprised that Megyn Kelly, when she was at Fox News, she has that viral moment of the Rosie O'Donnell moment? You're surprised that Megyn Kelly is anti-Trump now? What are we talking about?
Would have been unthinkable. How do you think it's come to this?
Well, we witnessed what happened from the very beginning. We saw that Marjorie Taylor Greene was called a traitor by the president. We're seeing never Trumpers, Pierce, never Trumpers like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Mark Levin. I mean, these are never Trumpers who were not by his side back in 2016.
Neither was Tucker and neither was Megyn Kelly. But we're not going to bring that up. We're not going to bring that up.
And now he's siding with these people and calling true MAGA supporters traitors. He's, you know, but what you realize is that the most free people are Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, all fired from the mainstream media, all fired from either the president or mainstream media. And now we're seeing that they're the most free. They're not owned by big corporations, big politicians, big donors. And so we're free, and we're speaking out. And it's important that everybody wakes up and realizes that this country is not a free country any longer. It's very, very sad.
And what is fascinating is watching people like...
It's not a free country, yet you are literally sitting here speaking out against a man that you claim you have known personally for 20 years, who happens to be the President of the United States, and you are speaking out directly about him, calling him a traitor on a major, major show. But we're not free, apparently.
Like Ben Shapiro, even coming after people like me, I've always got on pretty well with him. He's come on my show a lot. I've been on his a lot. And it only began with attacks on me as a consequence of me becoming more critical of the Israeli government. Not of Israeli country, not of Israeli people, not of Jewish people, but actually direct criticism specifically laid out against some of the actions of the Israeli government, which I believe is being overrun by extremely hard-line, far-right characters like Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, who have a very unhealthy influence over Netanyahu because he owes the fact that he's back in charge to them. And I think this has been a very, very unfortunate thing which has now led to where we are. But this idea, and you've talked about this quite a lot, including with Tucker, I think, the other day, which is that any criticism of the Israeli government is now framed by people like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and others as anti-Semitism, that therefore it means you must hate Jewish people. And I find that just A, ridiculous, and B, actually really offensive, and C, it totally devalues the word anti-Semitism and what it actually means, and those who perpetrate it.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Pearson.
I just don't care about labeling and all that garbage. Somebody said right here, hang on. Alex Jones called out both Megyn Kelly and Pearson. When did this happen? When did this happen? Like today? Very curious about that. So if you got more information, let me know, because I'm curious.
Firsthand, you're being called now an anti-Semite. And you know what? I think that it's getting a little old. You know, I witnessed this back in 2009 when I stood up for Christian marriage. I was called a homophobe, I was called a bigot, a hateful person, simply because I'm just upholding my Christian values. And so I think the name calling isn't going to work. But you're exactly right. This is what they do. I call them Zionist thugs, because this is exactly who they are and what they are. These are thugs that try to put you in this box, and they lock you in, and they shut you up, and they cancel you from society, and they shun you, they humiliate you, they backstab you, and then they expect everybody else to do the same.
Just curious, like, who specifically has been, like, canceled by the pro-Israel crowd? Like, who's been canceled specifically for that? I'm waiting for this out. You're probably like Nick Fuentes or Owen Benjamin or some shit like that. Like, who? Tucker? You're saying Tucker Carlson has been canceled? By who? Who canceled Tucker? Fox News? Well, Fox News canceled Bill O'Reilly then, too. Because of the Jews that Bill O'Reilly got fired? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Tucker? Like, again, my question is, if this is in fact the case, why does Candace Owens still have a YouTube channel? Like, why? Candace Owens is literally pushing the craziest shit I've ever heard in front of a bigger audience than Fuentes ever had. And probably more live viewers than Alex Jones ever had. And she's got 200,000-300,000 fucking people watching her.
Start the stream.
Annihilate
Nice.
Israel and make up all of these crazy.
This guy's fucking schizophrenic.
Tyler Oliveria had his Patreon closed after his video.
Dog, my back pain fucking disabled my memory, dog.
Pretty interesting timing, don't you think? He just had it.
Wait,
He just had
really?
a fully functional website just ready to go at a moment.
Nice, dude. This guy's a fucking retard too.
Man, good timing. It's just a coincidence that he had this fully functional website ready to go.
Yo, get your F-22 and put it next to this thing, dog.
And he's still monetized on YouTube. Man. That's interesting. So he's still monetized on YouTube.
How about I do that on my
Good
phone?
Lord,
I don't
so
have to move.
It really
And I don't really
And
have any
that's
place
what
to put it.
Zionist thugs do. And this has nothing to do
Oh,
with
I just want to
you.
see a size
I'm
comparison.
speaking out because I witnessed a genocide in Gaza. I could not deny my eyes. I am a Christian. I am a mother. And I was witnessing
But this
starvation
camera,
and a
you're probably not even
genocide,
gonna
a
get to see it
real
anyway, like that well.
a Holocaust before our very eyes, and they wanted me to deny that, and I refused to. And they want to call me an anti-Semite simply because I'm a Christian, and that's where this is going, Pierce. Pretty soon,
Dog, I'm
you're
fucking
gonna be
bleeding out my
anti-Semite.
ass, dog.
And that
Another beauty pageant woman who suddenly, I'm Christian now. Christian is a new grift. Sadly, here we are.
Bleed out by then.
The online world, it's all
Huh?
about, I'm a Christian, support me, guys.
Said I'll bleed out by then.
I'm a Christian. You're a Christian while you're sitting here
But
calling
dog,
the
our
president of the
healthcare system
United
is so
States the most
good.
Christianity than any president
So
alive.
good.
You're sitting there calling that president who you claim you know
Fucking
a traitor to
bitch
his
gives me
country.
25 milligrams.
Okay.
Fucking
that is dangerous, and I reject that.
Is it, I mean, just to play devil's advocate with you here, we're both Catholics, and I think I'm right in saying that you...
Well, you want to fucking overdose and die, you fucking piece of shit?
Support the concept of Zionism. You don't agree with it, you think it's wrong, and you do that based on your Catholicism. Now, I'm a Catholic, and I don't share that view because it really depends what
Oh,
interpretation
God.
you want to put on the word Zionism.
Dude, I just remember that moment in Mad Men where Sally catches them cheating.
Yeah.
It means you believe in the concept
Oh, God.
of an Israeli.
Oh, God.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, like, I kind of miss watching that show, like for the first time.
Dude, I love rewatching that show.
How long have you been watching? First of all, let's just, did you just start watching?
I wonder what it's gonna be like watching the first season because it was so new.
Because,
I wonder
let me
what will be
clear.
the second
There is no... And again, I
Which
don't
that's
understand where this
that's
all comes
something I always contemplate how long I wait until I
There is
watch it again. Because I don't want to watch it and be able to like
zero evidence
remember
that I
everything
have
coming
anything
out.
to do with Israel on this
Yeah,
channel.
dude,
There
get your
is
dad to hit you on the side of the head with a baseball bat.
shown
Then
any
that should
support
help.
for them. I have never had anything
Yeah, I'll be able to
on
watch
this
it 10
channel
times and I
that
won't
has
remember anything.
ever shown any support for
Yeah,
Israel.
exactly.
I am so
Infinite
tired
replay
of
value.
people accusing me of this. There is nothing to support this. So I don't know where people are getting this from, but clearly we're dealing with a bunch of retards, okay? Clearly. So please stop with the accusations, baseless accusations.
You ever shit yourself on a leg
Okay.
press?
Absolutely not.
Really appreciate it.
And the disagreement comes when you get perhaps
I'll make
more
sure that I
radical
sat before the gym.
whose interpretation of what the state of Israel should be is massively...
Not even because I'm gonna might shit myself at the gym, just because I don't want to be feeling that while I'm at the gym.
What is your
Nah.
based on your own religion,
Feeling like your
with
stomach
the
is
idea
melting,
of Zionism?
your intestines are falling out.
Yeah, I think it's a political ideology that exploits theology. I mean, we have to talk about the theological aspect of Zionism. So as a Catholic, this is what I said on stage. I do not believe 1948 Israel is a biblical prophecy fulfillment. Most Christian Zionists in this country, like Ted Cruz...
She 100% has talking points. That's what she has. She has direct and specific talking points. She presents to me as someone that would never want to have a conversation with like... And again, I think internet debating is pretty gay, unless you're memeing on it or whatever. But like, like the internet blood sports and all that, shit's funny, but... I feel like she's just got a preset talking points. I really feel like that's what she's doing here. She does not seem to be authentic in anything she's saying.
Stinky
She seems to be
hole.
reading off notes.
And Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and all these
Yo, dog, can I ask you a question?
thug supremacists.
Depends if that
They
counts
want
as
me,
one.
as a Catholic, to reject the Catholic Church's teaching of 2,000 years.
Was
and reject the fact that we do not
was
believe
getting
that that
shit
is a
dick a
biblical
highlight of your
prophecy
life?
fulfillment. 1948 Israel.
No, not really.
Knock down, dog.
Like, it wasn't like the worst thing ever. It was just like, probably in the moment, it probably wasn't really that bad at all, but kind of ruined the rest. Oh man, it's funny though, especially what happened after.
I can't even remember what did she do.
Well, I'll tell you after.
Oh. Miss Bentley, dog.
Yeah, that was the worst one. No matter what happened in the other ones, that was the worst. Huh? You said nah or damn?
I just said damn, dog.
Twas the worst.
Atheist Israel that was established in 48. They want us.
Funny how Pierce is not calling her names like he does other guests. It is interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting how Pierce is not pushing back on anything as she is saying. The accusations and all of that is insane.
To believe that and reject and deny our Catholic faith, and I refuse to do that. And so I think it's a political ideology that exploits a theology. And you know what? I'm not being attacked by Jews. I'm not being attacked by Muslims. I'm being attacked by Christian Zionists. Because they're mad that I'm daring to.
How do you know who you're being attacked? Welcome to the fucking internet. Everybody attacks you over every fucking thing. Laugh at it and meme on it, all right? Everybody attacks you over every fucking thing. It doesn't matter what you say. I literally am getting crushed right now because I said I like One Piece Season 2. All right, I've spent the majority of my internet life hating every fucking thing that's come out, all right? Here I am, I like something, and now I'm getting another group of people telling me I'm a fucking paid shill. Welcome to the fucking internet. Laugh at it. Don't take it too seriously, because if you do, it's gonna drive you fucking crazy. The fact that she claims she knows, I know the specific demographic that is hating on me. No, the fuck you don't. Just like you don't talk to normal, everyday Americans.
Expose the fact.
If a normal, everyday American comes up to this woman, she's going to call security immediately. Like, seriously. She is going to call security immediately if a normal American walks up to her. And by the way, hang on, what's this chick's name? Carrie, let's see, okay. Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. Look up some images of her. Okay. All right. So this is her right here, okay? This is her. If a normal, everyday American man walks up to this chick, this motherfucker ain't talking to her about his fucking politics. All right? He ain't coming up going, hi, Carrie. I'd like to talk to you about. I'd like to talk to you about unhappy I am with the Trump administration. Do you know what he's going to say? He's going to make a very, very direct remark about your looks. That's what he's going to do. And what you're going to do is you're going to play the feminist card all of a sudden, and you're going to claim that it's sexism. Motherfuckers ain't coming up to you talking about no fucking political opinions. Shut the fuck up. I talk to everyday Americans about their political opinions, and they're very frustrated with the Trump administration. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait a second. If 1948 Israel isn't biblical Israel, then we don't have to bless it.
Tell me why the human body is built so poorly.
That's what I've been asking for a few years now.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed.
Try to fix one problem, I get a new one. I try to fix that one, and then all of them pop up again.
Pierce is not pushing back on anything.
Whatever recharge made it.
Whoa!
He hasn't interrupted her. He hasn't.
Fucking masochist, whoever
Call
made
the
it.
creator a retard.
Well, I'm calling him a masochist, so that's what Or is that something else? Is a masochist so in first person and what's in something else is third person?
Obviously, he's upset because I don't believe that 1948
Just tell me straight, what are you trying to call him, dog?
And so once you do that,
Psychopathic,
teaching gets exposed for exactly what it is. It's
word I
heresy.
use.
And we have to start calling it that.
Nice.
Well, Carrie Brigitte,
Psychopathic
I appreciate you coming on
masochist.
Uncensored. We've got a panel.
It's a pretty
that's, I'm
accurate
sure, at least
term,
some of
I'd
them I know will react, I'm sure, quite forcefully to what you just said. But I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Why does she get a solo spot with him and she's not part of a panel?
Well, masochistic is
She not be on the
self-harm.
Why does
That's
she
why I
get
said
argue
that's
to
first
get a
person. What's the third
solo
person?
spot
version?
with Pierce? With zero pushback, by the way.
Sadistic, you mean?
Zero. Like I'm not
Maybe.
sure I've ever.
Sadistic
seen
is
Pierce,
taking
and again, I
pleasure
don't
in
watch
other
Pierce
people's
consistently,
pain.
But like, Pierce' show is known for him challenging and pushing back on people. He didn't push back at all.
Absolutely.
Pierce saw those pictures. That's why, Jeremy. Okay, well, I respect that.
I'm gonna eat later,
JMNZZ450
so
says, ever
I
since
need it.
Lauren Southern's fake ass started saying MAGA is dead, everyone who says it have one thing in common. They say right after they realize MAGA won't move in the direction they say it should, they realize they ain't the main character. 1000%. And I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about Lauren Southern. I know the name, and I know she was a big MAGA influencer from a while back. I know that she basically, just like most of these prominent conservative women, basically wore out her welcome, because what happens is these women that are good-looking women get into the movement, they get taken super seriously. Why? Not because anybody gives a shit about their opinions, because they're attractive and all these dudes want to sleep with them. There you have it, okay? So that's why all these attractive women get taken seriously immediately in conservative movement, because, oh, wow, another pretty girl. That's okay, we're gonna, yeah, maybe I got a shot, you know? And again, that's not like isolated to, you know, MAGA or conservatives. That's isolated to men in general, okay? Men have this idea that if a woman sends them a fucking friend request on Facebook, the first thought is she hot? Okay. She's pretty hot. Okay. Maybe she's DTF. I think she's interested. Okay? That's how men think. That's just how it is.
Shit.
And so you get a good-looking woman, they show up in the MAGA movement, and all the men are gonna be like, "Hey, you want to come on my show? You want to?" That's just how this shit works, okay? And so eventually, somebody like Lauren Southern gets elevated, and then you know she gets a. here's the death knell for the women in the movement. They come into the movement, they talk. Fucking wrong about every fucking thing. But if they're hot, hey, no big deal. We'll just continue to let them run their fucking mouth because maybe I got a shot. And then they get a serious boyfriend. Boom, boom. And you're like, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Oh, they got married. Get that bitch out. Find a new one. Roll the next one in. Welcome to Politics 101. There you have it right there. So that's pretty much it. That's how it works.
Joining me on the panel is Michael Knowles, host of the worldwide Michael Knowles Show, historian and political scientist, Professor Roy Casagrande, the George Conway, the former Republican Parliamentary Congress, is a Democrat in New York, and the commentator with PragerU. Welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, you seem
Nah,
like the
security
first
is-
person to respond to what you've just heard from Carrie Jean Boller. What would you say to her?
Well, there was so much to respond to, but I think the good point that she makes is that it's true. The church has never insisted upon Christian Zionism as a religious belief, the idea that there must be a Jewish...
I do think it's... As soon as old boy here on the far end, the chat, like, small hat guy, small hat guy.
Nation in the Holy Land as a matter of biblical prophecy. That is a Protestant view, and it's actually a minority Protestant view at that comes from the 19th century, but Catholics don't believe that. That's totally true. However, it would be taking the argument too far to say that Catholics cannot support the State of Israel because, well, probably most clearly in recent years, St. John Paul II opened diplomatic relations with the State of Israel. And the Catholic Church has offered guidance on this, both from the Second Vatican Council and then following up in a document from 1985, which discusses how the Church, seeing herself as the new Israel, can discuss the relation of Jews and the State of Israel to the Church. And it can be very friendly, and we can be supportive of the State of Israel on the grounds of, for instance, international law, rather than on the grounds of a national
Retard fucking brings down
or
Bryce,
biblical
man.
prophecy. So
Dumbass.
I kind of see what she's getting at, but it is certainly not the case that the Catholic Church insists that Catholics not support the State of Israel. That's belied by the actions.
Do you
of the
wash
Church
your
of
rice before you cook, boil it?
Before I go to Shabbat, Michael.
Yeah.
Let me read
Why
a couple
is that?
super chats first because we're a little bit behind. So thank you
I
guys
don't
for
know.
being here. I appreciate
I
it.
just
Pre-Dawn
always
Corpse
told
for
to
the
do it.
99 cent. Thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. Bumblebee says, I can't wait for the D-Day Cobra intro with Trump as
I never
Luffy
have, and I don't
Lamau.
know
Marmilla
why
says,
I
Crowder
would, so
has
I don't know.
called this out plenty of times and has been spot
Good
on.
for you, dude.
Megan and MTG are just a new wave of feminists presenting themselves as traditional wives and mothers. I will continue to say over and over again, when you're wrong, you're wrong. My criticisms years ago of Crowder, 100% wrong. Crowder has proven himself to, in my humble opinion, Steven Crowder might be the most genuine person in the entire MAGA media movement. He might be. Like it seems like this dude is just, he seems as genuine as can be. Now, again, I'm not a big fan of his content. I like when he's serious. I hate his comedy. I can't stand. I wish Crowder was as funny as Nick Fuentes, because Fuentes is fucking funny. I just don't like him. But he's funny as shit. Crowder is not funny at all. When he's not yelling at his wife, that's when I started liking Crowder, when I found out he yelled at his wife. I was like, my man, let's go. Yeah, so I wish he's not funny at all. He's not. But I respect Crowder a lot. Marmilla says, who is this? Honestly asking. The chick, the latest conservative Con Inc. plant.
Imagine
That's
having a
pretty much,
wife that's
what
not
she
submissive,
was.
dude.
Mike Zero Source says,
That's it's almost like having a fucking person on another sports team in your house.
didn't Piers state the Second Amendment is about muskets? Also, did you ever go on his show? Morgan is against our Second Amendment and our Constitution. I know you are pro-gun. I've been on his show twice. He doesn't know who I am. I'm just a backup for when Drinker or Gary's not available. So, but yeah, he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He has no idea. Like seriously, you see Piers Morgan be like, "Hey Piers, what do you think about Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers or D-Day Cobra?" And he's like, "Who? Never mind, Piers. Have a good day." You don't know who the fuck I am. Red Mage for 20 says, how many times is it now that the news cycle that people have said MAGA is dead? Like 4? Are they trying to be like the left, repeat the lie until it's true? That's exactly what they are doing. That's exactly.
I wonder what would happen
100%.
if I do
Red Mage is
like
also
1,000 back extensions.
I don't know, dude. You're the only one out of us two that could do it, so be the fucking mule, dog.
Oh, I could do that, dude.
I don't even know if I could do one.
It would obviously just be my body weight, but right now, dude, I don't think I can fucking do that. Having pain just bending over now.
Well, yeah, it's not like it's not even like doing pull-ups or push-ups. Like your back is gonna start to hurt when your muscles start to get weak. So, like, it's gonna put all the weight on your fucking, or all the load on your back.
Just have to hope for some benefit to what I'm doing. I don't know who the fuck designed this universe, but it sucks.
Saying I talk to MAGA people all the time without giving examples already smells like BS. Same goes for I talk to people I know with no specifics. In the know, probably. You might as well go with sources say. 100%. 100%. Thank you, Red Mage. Good to see you here, brother. Ehab says, we need an off-the-cuff press conference by Trump with the Supreme Leader being gay, with questions by the 199, because we're well-adjusted people who would only ask reasonable questions. Only reasonable from the 199. Only reasonable questions. No doubt about that. Ashton Rose with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Ashton. Appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a new member. Mike Zero says, Alex Jones called out Piers Morgan on the Second Amendment. Alex Jones called out Megyn Kelly over an interview which was recorded. Alex Jones proved Megyn Kelly tried an interview off of a bad faith. Okay, yeah, so I'm aware of both of these instances. I just thought that you were talking about today based on all the stuff going on. I'm very aware of Alex Jones and Piers Morgan, their debate all those years ago. I believe it was on CNN, if I'm not mistaken. And then I'm very aware of Megyn Kelly and her setup interview on Alex Jones. I believe that's when she was with NBC, if I'm not mistaken. So I am familiar with both of those. I just thought this was something more recent. Let's see. Nilla Wafer says, context for Jeremy. The race swaps are a guy who's supposed to have an afro and people from an Arabic nation. People don't want to admit, but there is logic to casting darker skin than in the original. Are you talking about on One Piece? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, all I can say is, like, as a person who has covered so much woke entertainment, and I will fully acknowledge that I am not knowledgeable about the source material on One Piece, but watching the show, there is nothing that stands out as a message or identity politics or an agenda-driven anything. None of it stands out. So that's the best thing I can say about it. But I understand if people are upset about it, you know, that want to see different stuff from the source material. I get it.
This whole kind of gathering sentiment that if you're critical of the Israeli government, somehow you must be anti-Semitic.
I don't think that that's what's going on. Like, okay, listen. Regardless of, like, do I think that there's a ton of Jew hate online? Yeah. I also think there's a lot of hate for white people. I think there's a lot of hate for black people. Most people.
Have you ever had the Cinnabon cream?
Cinnabon what?
The cream that comes with Cinnabons.
Yeah, the icing. That's like the greatest fucking thing ever.
Is there like, do they like sell that like separate, like so I can like have it?
I don't think so.
Fuck.
It's deadly, bro.
Dude, like that is fucking amazing, man.
Whenever my family's done with it, I just eat the rest. Ouch! I don't know why they.
There's a lot of hate for Russians online, Piers. Do we need to talk about that? There's a lot of hate for Russians. Fuck, the whole fucking mainstream media hates Russians more than any group of people in the fucking world. Like, Russians are hated by the fucking media. Mainstream media gets up there every day and they're like, we can't attack people based on who they are or where they're from. And then they just hate fucking Russians all day long. Christians get hate. So, like, there's a lot of hate online. Like, that doesn't mean you can't criticize Israel, but like, I think we're talking two different things.
What do you think of that? Because I think it's got completely out of hand and devalues what anti-Semitism is, which is actually a very insidious, evil thing, which we should all be against. But
why is like anti-Semitism different than anti-white? Or, like, racism is racism, prejudice is prejudice, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Why are you trying to? It's this evil thing. It's evil.
You start branding everybody anti-Semitic for criticizing the government. You know, I would go back to say 2003 with the Iraq War, when I led the media campaign in the UK against that. It never struck anyone's mind that I was being anti-British or anti the British people. They just thought I didn't agree with what my government.
Because history, yeah, I know that's the argument. Just history. It's the same thing they fucking say about like black people and all that, like history. I wouldn't lie for any of that shit, right?
What's the difference when you criticize Israel's government?
Yes, of course. I mean, the phrase anti-Semitism is thrown around far too much, like the phrase racism. However, two things are true at once. I do think there is a growing strain of Jew hatred in public life. I think we've seen that mostly from the left, but a little bit on the right. But yes, the notion that if you criticize the state of Israel, if you don't embrace the novel theology of Christian Zionism or something like that, the idea
I know, Lady Aaron
is kind of crazy. What Carrie said there is very important. She said that the church views herself spiritually as Semites. That's a line that comes from Pope Pius XI. And the line is important because in the lead up to the Second World War, the Pope was pointing out that Christians really cannot get on board with all of the Jew hatred stuff. And this was obviously then followed up by Pope Pius XII, who was a great defender of the Jews, saved hundreds of thousands of Jews during the Second World War. So much so that the chief rabbi of Rome, Israel Zoli, not only was baptized, but actually took the name Eugene after.
I don't think anybody gives a shit about what Michael Knowles is saying, generally speaking. Like, at the end of the day, like, people are just tired of identity politics. That's what people are tired of.
Pius XII after the Second World War. So, yes, it's very, very frustrating. And it can lead people, I think, emotionally to say, well, you know, by golly, if you're going to call me an anti-Semite, I'm going to prove you right. But there's just so much propaganda that's thrown around from Jew haters, legitimate Jew haters.
And by the way, I like Michael Knowles. Actually, he's like the only guy at the Daily Wire that I can stand outside of Ben Shapiro's pop culture takes. I like Ben Shapiro's pop culture takes. I do. I wish that was what he was known for. Not so much.
Haters on one side to people who are accusing everyone, who doesn't go along with their program as being anti-Semitic. And there is a third option. One can pragmatically and prudentially support the state of Israel when it is just, while recognizing that the U.S.
not
and
even
Israel have
30.
different interests, that Christianity is different from Judaism, and we can think about things in a way that avoids those two silly extremes.
Yeah, or you could be like,
what if most people just don't give a shit about Israel, no matter what? What about that?
Think about people who say God's got a plan for you.
Positively or negatively.
Just hang in there.
That's my politics. I don't care.
Be where you like.
And then I know the anti-Israel crowd's gonna be like, "Well, you should care, Jeremy."
If I had a plan for someone else, I never told them
throw
the
a bunch
plan.
of
What's the
fucking
point of
links
the
at
plan?
you and a bunch of like, you should watch this person that's been kicked off of every platform because of his anti-Jew narrative. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Go
Unless
watch
he
your
does it
favorite
himself.
person on BitChute for all I fucking care. I don't give a shit.
Israel, you absolutely believe it has a right to exist. you like Israelis, you like Jewish people, you don't agree with what the Israeli government.
Have you ever tried
I
praying?
don't see anything incompatible about any of that.
A couple times.
Let me bring in Shavos. You might have a view about whether I'm.
How'd that work out?
These are incompatible.
What if anything,
probably
a
just
bomb
as bad
drops
as
on
the-
your head right now?
What if I didn't?
Goated Trump response.
Positions, but it was interesting. You've got a particular involvement with Carrie Prejean-Boller.
Felt as good as
you were
not doing
one of the
it.
people to clash with on the Religious Liberties
All right,
Commission.
let's hear what RK Jew Post has to say here. We got Jewish Kennel here, Jewish Ryan Kennel in the house. So let's see what Jewish Ryan has to say.
So what did you think of what she said to me earlier?
If my back is still fucked by tomorrow, I guess I'm not working out tomorrow.
You did fucking back extensions?
I would
think
say
your
that
back's not
that was
gonna
a gross mischaracterization of what that hearing was all
I did
about.
deadlifts.
At that hearing, I
Oh
encourage
fuck!
you, I
Oh,
encourage
that's
all
like
the
saying,
listeners,
"Oh, my
watch
head
the hearing, or
hurts."
just
I
watch
hope my head doesn't hurt.
testimony
Getting
on
bashed
Twitter.
against the wall like
I
the
did not mention
space.
the word Israel, Zionism, Gaza, AIPAC, Bibi. I spoke about for someone who's so concerned about the discrimination against Catholics as she purports to be. I spoke about how 20 minutes from my house, a Catholic.
Bro, Jewish Kennel's going in on that beauty pageant chick. Damn.
School in Long Beach, California.
Goated Trump response.
Positions, but it was interesting. You've got a particular involvement with Carrie Prejean-Boller because you were one of the people she clashed with on the Religious Liberty
All right,
Commission.
let's hear what RK Jew Post has to say here. We got Jewish Kennel here, Jewish Ryan Kennel in the house. So let's see what Jewish Ryan has to say.
So what did you think of what she said to me earlier?
Well, it's good to see you. I think the most revealing part of your interview was that you were the season 1 winner of Celebrity Apprentice. I didn't know that, so well done. Pierce.
Thank you.
I would say that was a
hopefully
gross mischaracterization of
sit
what
down
that
a
hearing
little.
was all about. At that hearing, I
I'll
encourage
ease
you,
up a
I encourage
bit.
all the listeners, watch the hearing, or just watch my testimony. Go on my Twitter. I posted it for yourself. I did not mention the word Israel, Zionism, Gaza, AIPAC, Bibi. I spoke about for someone who's so concerned about the discrimination against Catholics as she purports to be. I spoke about how 20 minutes from my house, a Catholic.
Bro, Jewish Kennel's going in on that beauty pageant chick. Damn.
School in Long Beach, California, was vandalized. I spoke about how I have American Mormon friends who were victims of Chance F the Mormons at Oklahoma State. Only after did I speak about the religious discrimination faced by so many young Americans in this country did I then talk about the discrimination that young American Jews are experiencing on college campuses. Not once did I engage in some political or theological discourse on Israel, but there was only one person who was fascinated by discussing the Middle East, and this is what Matt Walsh calls Israel derangement syndrome, and that was Carrie Prejean-Boller. She wore a Palestinian flag. She asked.
Okay, I'm getting a little freaked out here. I'm getting a little freaked out. Because if Ryan Kennel and Ben Shapiro had a baby, I think we're listening to him right now. He's smart, he's articulate, he speaks.
You ever
very
realize like
quickly,
how much
he's got him a little hat
protein
on.
just like beans have?
Well, I know that they have protein, but like, what's the protein count per gram of the bean? I guess.
Well, it's pretty high. Like I can't remember the specific, but like if you look it up, it's pretty damn good. And obviously, like it has like very little, if any, fat at all.
He's not cussing or yelling.
All sorts of questions about Gaza, and I'm happy to have that debate, but that's not what the purpose of this commission was about. She betrayed the trust of President Trump and this commission to talk about the religious discrimination that so many young Americans are facing. And to Michael's point, and Michael was actually on my show at Praying Theological, so he can attest to the fact that I believe very strongly and very comfortably as an Orthodox Jew that in a Christian country.
Thank you for letting us know. Much like when Stephen A. Smith says, as a black man, I would have never known. I would have never known if you would not have pointed to the obvious and let us know. Thank you for the confirmation. We had no idea.
We would be better off and more strong as a country if more young people went back to church. If you're a Catholic, you should absolutely be going to Mass. You should be reading and learning from the New Testament and living a life in accordance with the teachings of Jesus. But if your theology says I can't support the state of Israel, that's fine. That's your theology. You know, Kerry refuses to debate me. She said in the hearing that we should get coffee and that I'm silencing her speech. I've offered to debate her 9 separate times, anytime, anywhere, but she doesn't want to, which is why she logged off before this panel. But I'm not...
Crazy to think that there are some people who are so lucky to be alive during the I don't know, what would you call it, the rise of a country. Like it gets better and better in their life.
Like an industrial revolution kind of thing, or the baby boom, I guess. I would say that was probably a good time. Kind of like what I said, right? Like they were not even encouraged to be happy, but it was like they probably even felt obligated to be happy because of what just happened. So it was almost like they had to be, but it also was like they just were. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, all right. I am kind of a fan of this guy because, I mean, he's basically calling the beauty pageant chick out from the beginning that Piers basically gave her nothing. Like, he just gave her a full platform, able to spew whatever she wanted, and then didn't check her on anything. This guy's saying he's challenged her before, and she's run from him.
Says I can't support the state of Israel, that's fine. That's your theology. You know, Kerry refuses to debate me. She said in the hearing
If fucking steroids fucking fix this shit, dude, I'd hop on it immediately. Oh, fuck. Oh. It's got 7 grams of protein for half a cup. That's not a lot.
What is it? Beans?
Yeah, just beans, mixed beans. It's got like the red kidney beans, the white beans, some other shit.
What are they, white kidney beans?
Yeah. It's just like a can of mixed beans.
I've offered to debate her 9 separate times, anytime, anywhere.
She's
But she
got a
doesn't
lot
want
of
to, which is why
fiber,
she logged
so
off before this panel. But I'm not interested in debating
I get
theology because
fucking
I don't want her to change her
constipated,
theological
dog.
viewpoints. She should believe whatever she wants to believe. But to corrupt the purpose of this commission betrays the trust of President Trump. And number 2, fundamentally, this is to Michael's point, you can support the state of Israel without it having to do anything with theology. In fact, many Jews, myself in particular, were kind of conflicted as to whether the modern state of Israel...
What's his Keynes order?
established in 1948 is some biblical fulfillment, but it's irrelevant because 55% of all Jews in the world live in the modern state of Israel. It's a Western democracy. It's a liberal ally to the United States. That's why I support it, not because of these grandiose theological statements that someone who, by her own admission, only converted to Catholicism in April is suddenly fascinated in discussing. So it's entirely disingenuous, and, you know, shame on her for bringing the flag of a foreign country into a federal commission.
Okay, we bring in George Conway here. George, welcome to Uncensored.
Oh,
You're,
boy.
to put it mildly,
Oh, boy.
not a Donald Trump fan. I think it'd be fair to say that you've been one of his least supportive people in the United States for a very long time. But let's talk about what's happening right now, because a lot of people think that Donald Trump has been sort of slightly conned here by Benjamin Netanyahu, and they base it on what Marco Rubio said.
No, Trump does not. The fact that people are trying to run with this bullshit is so fucking annoying. Like, what are they talking about? Trump being conned by Israel. Get the
And he said, look, we had to act preemptively against Iran because we were informed by another country they were going to attack and that the Iranians would likely respond against American assets, so we got in first. And then the next day, when all hell broke loose about this, they did a rein back and pretended he never said it. At the same time, we got Anthony Blinken saying, look, you know, Netanyahu tried this with Obama and with Biden, same playbook. We're going to attack Iran. Are you with me? And both of them said no, and he didn't then attack Iran. So there is a suggestion, which is gathering momentum, that Trump was kind of sort of...
Correct. Who said that in the chat? Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Jeremy, remember this is Kellyanne Conway's douchebag TDS ex-husband. Yeah. So this is Kellyanne Conway's ex-husband right here. If you remember, she was an advisor to President Trump, and he hates Trump. Like, he despises Trump.
Bamboozled a bit by Netanyahu into doing this. Do you share that suspicion?
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I mean, I think Donald Trump is an idiot. I think he doesn't and has no idea what he's doing.
How's your sleep, Ben?
He hates Trump so bad.
Oh, I don't know. This last night, I fell asleep probably like 2:30, 2:45. Woke up at 8 something.
Benjamin Netanyahu is ridiculous, and frankly, it's anti-Semitic. I mean, everybody's trying to persuade the President of the United States to do things that they want them to do.
How is it? This guy's all over the fucking place. So wait a minute. So on one hand, Trump's an idiot. He hates Trump. And now he's like, but it's anti-Semitic to say that Trump was manipulated. But what? Dude, this guy's got himself twisted up in a fucking pretzel now. So on one hand, he hates Trump. But on the other hand, Trump is supporting Israel. So now I guess this guy's pro-Israel. I don't know. But what the hell? This is wild.
And I understand Israel's position that, I mean, one less murderous Ayatollah in the world makes the world a better place. And I'm not sure I disagree with that, but I do disagree with Donald Trump getting into a war without any plans, without any plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, now begging for help from China, now begging for help from NATO allies that he's been shitting all over. And so I don't, but I do think that the suggestion that Bibi Netanyahu is to blame and that Israel is to blame or that the Jews are to blame for our mistakes in the Middle East, I think that's actually anti-Semitic, just as
I'll be back. Oh.
This is fucking bad. Oh. Ooh.
Oh. Dog. I'm building the panels next, dog. Alright,
The fuck did you even do?
I'm gonna put this over on the thing so I can build the panels.
Anti-Semitic as Carrie Prejean is talking about Zionist
Really?
thugs.
I mean, I've got to say, I mean, isn't that exactly what we've just been talking about? I mean, Marco Rubio on the record, on camera.
Hey, dog, stop jerking yourself off. Build the fucking panels.
Fucking gay faggot, dude.
This guy's touching his dick on stream, dude. What a fucking faggot.
Nice.
The reason the United States preemptively attacked Iran with Israel is because he didn't name the country, but we knew he was talking about Israel, had said to the United States, we're going to attack. Are you with us or not? And he said, we realized Iran...
That may be true.
Yeah, but if that's true, it's not anti-Semitic to say that is what may have happened here.
No, but I think some of I have to say I think some of the
Damn, dog, those some big pieces.
about saying that somehow we were bamboozled by Israel.
Someone in the chat earlier said that this Conway guy is losing the argument to himself. So good.
Trump is bamboozled by everyone, and I don't think it's fair to single out Israel.
Do you take fish oil pills?
Exercising what
I
it
take
believes
absolutely
to be in
nothing.
its interest and its prerogative to persuade the United States to do something that maybe the United States shouldn't have gotten fully on board with. But again, I think
Trying to figure out if I even took my fucking pills today.
I just think it plays into anti-Semitic tropes, and you just
You don't even know that? Fuck.
Just fucking thought of it now.
He says that Trump gets bamboozled by everyone. But then he said it's anti-Semitic to say that Trump got bamboozled by Israel. Holy shit. That is this man's brain is broken by TDS.
I really find it offensive.
Okay, let me bring in Professor Roy Casagrande. Welcome to Uncensored. I think it's the first time we've had you on the show, so I appreciate you coming on. So if you suggest that Benjamin Netanyahu pulled a fast one with Trump to persuade him to do this, you're being anti-Semitic. Would you agree with that?
I mean, it seems like a strange thing to say.
I feel like somebody's got some echoing going on that panel, I think.
I think it's very likely that Benjamin Netanyahu did exactly what Marco Rubio said he did, which is...
Should I roll my back before I go to sleep?
Trump then, being the petulant little child that he is, felt jealousy and felt the need to jump in as well, because,
It all really depends on your problem, right? If it was me, I wouldn't, because if you mean literally roll, use the foam roller on your back?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that personally, because you don't really want to be pressing on the disc, and like for me, if I press on it, it hurts.
Yeah.
But
all right, I won't do it then.
I don't know what your problem is specifically. You can maybe roll on it slightly sideways, so you're getting the muscles and not putting pressure on the actual spine itself.
He wanted to be part of it, but it is also true that everybody tries to bamboozle Trump.
Go
and
take
I
a
think
Tylenol as well.
The last person to talk to Trump is the person who gets But I don't think it's anti-Semitic to say that Netanyahu tried to bamboozle Trump. I think everybody does it, so I guess that would make everybody anti-Semitic. I don't understand.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
it seems like a strange
yeah, I mean,
correlation.
Michael Knowles. Look,
Why wouldn't Pierce push
Okay,
back on
I'm
that?
gonna take deadlifts
Who
off
has
of my fucking
bamboozled
workout
Trump?
routine.
Can you give me
Like,
3 examples?
unless you're doing like a, like I get, how much weight did you do?
So I did warm up sets with the bar, and then I put a plate on each side, and I only did like a rep to feel it, and then I went up to 185.
See, like it's so hard to describe. Like, obviously you can do it, but I would say deadlifts are like the only thing you never need to do. Because like it's almost, what kind of exercise is it? It's not like it's not like a squat where you can like actively feel the muscles. It's almost just a strength, or like a power lift. Like you're doing like 1 or 2 reps. I don't know. It just. Dude, I'm almost 30 and I have a fucking thing with my back, so the last thing I'd ever do is.
You said everybody. So, like, can you give me 3 examples of people?
I'll
that
switch
have
it out for something
manipulated
else.
Trump? Like, can you?
Maybe do like.
can't.
Do you have dumbbells that you
Holy
could
shit, man!
do them with?
Looking
Maybe
at
that
it
would be different. I don't
differently,
know.
You know, it's quite possible that Netanyahu
30
said,
pounds.
"Look, we've located
It's the
the
heaviest.
Ayatollah.
Do you have
He's in
two
this
30
place."
pounds?
Yeah.
Maybe try that. If it doesn't feel better, then I don't know. Cause like
Or like the dumbbells at the side.
Yeah, like I guess this is the question I was looking for. What benefit do you think you get from doing deadlifts? Not being like 18 years old or 20 years old like when we used to do it. Like right now, what benefit do you think you get?
Well, obviously, because my back is messed up. Not that much. But before, when my back was okay, I always thought they were good for like building up, like just like a foundation, like strength wise.
Well, yeah, I get, like if they work for you when you're healthy, then yeah. But that's one of the ones that could be really bad if you're not back wise.
With all his top people, are never going to get a better chance. You can take them all out. And Trump has always talked about the Iranian regime as being a terrible, evil thing, right back to way before he was a politician. And he thought, you know what? He just trusted his gut instinct. Right, you're right. Let's go now, right? And he may have thought this would be as easy as the Maduro thing, where you go in, you decapitate the person at the top, and the rest fall in line as they have it so far in the Venezuelan regime. They've kind of fallen in line to the way Trump wanted them to behave. And you don't have.
And I fucked up with this meatloaf too. It's way too fucking salty.
Drunk 3PO's channels got renewed today. No, it's true that he got a.
What else did he put on it?
Strike on his Welcome to Rebellion channel, and
It's very basic shit. Just
he can't stream for 7 days.
the turkey meat,
If you want to help out with that,
like an
you can
egg.
go over here
no
to
ketchup.
this tweet right here and retweet it and get
No,
to
I,
YouTube to take another look at
Once
it.
I made the actual loaf,
It's bullshit
I
what
coated
they've
it with
done to
barbecue
him.
sauce.
So please go over there and again, don't.
I'm not a ketchup
insult
guy, but
to
dude,
YouTube. Don't just tag
ketchup,
him and say, please take a look at this.
at least in my
Please
opinion,
take
is
look
a
at
must.
this, okay, simple as that.
For meatloaf.
So Jeremy has room temperature.
Me and my
IQ,
mom put it in
and you're watching
when we're
me,
mixing it.
like,
Before
that's
we
good-
put it in,
that's
and
good
then
enough
she
for me. Like,
puts it on the top.
We don't have
near
a
the
high
end.
bar around here, so I'm just and
So you bake it,
like,
you bake it
what's
with
gonna
the ketchup
happen
on
is
it or
I'll
whatever.
highlight your comment if I can
In it.
find it with my room temperature.
It is made with ketchup.
IQ. I can't find it.
It's not like you're
going to
taste?
highlight it so I can get some super
Tastes
chats.
good.
I'll
It's not
find
like
it.
you're gonna be like, oh, fucking ketchup.
But
It's not like you're gonna be tired of it, but it's gonna add to the
gone.
flavor.
Oh well. Trying to
You ever
look
tried
for
with
it.
barbecue
Somebody say it
sauce?
again. Just somebody say Jeremy has room temperature IQ. Somebody, anybody fucking
That would
say
probably
it,
be good
and I'll
too, but
highlight that
it
and
would
we'll
be
pretend
better
you
if you
said
mixed it
okay?
in.
Somebody just say it. Say Jeremy has room temperature
Like,
IQ,
make- like,
and I'll
put it in
highlight
with the
your
salt
comment,
with the
and we'll
egg.
drift off that, and we'll pretend that somebody else said it.
I think.
like a hater said
Did
it,
you put
okay?
breadcrumbs?
There it is, right here. Okay, boom.
I
Jeremy
use
has room
oats.
temperature IQ. Okay.
I don't have
Now,
breadcrumbs.
Look what this dumb
That probably-
motherfucker's just not
probably
this
would
person.
work
This person's
decently,
probably
but
a fan and
I
probably a
don't know.
supporter.
I've
But
never
somebody, we're
used
gonna
it, so.
pretend that this is the person though.
Like,
Look
the
what
texture
this
is
dumb
fine, it's just-
motherfucker said. Now we
came
gotta
out
get
salty today, I don't
super
know what I
chats
did.
off of him because he's a retard. All right, that's it.
And I put a
That's
bit of
all it takes
Italian
around here.
seasoning.
All you can do
So
is
now,
remember
are
that
you
you
going to accuse me
can
of
always add, but
planting
you can't
people
take
in
out.
my comments so that
That's
I
the
can
only
then
thing I can
highlight
say.
their comments? Doesn't sound like room temperature IQ. Sounds like next level thinking. Sounds like I've got a 199 IQ.
It's especially the
That's
thing
what
with meat,
that
right?
sounds like.
Like once you
Somebody
mix
said
it
thank
in
you for
and it
your
looks like the
sacrifice.
fucking
John
salt
on
and everything's
YouTube.
gone, and you want to put more in.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a 20 from Brockatron. Let's fucking go. He's not talking about this, but we're going to pretend that that 20 came in because of this highlighted comment. All right? That's how it works. Even though he's typing something else completely unrelated, we're going to pretend that that $20 came in because of not John on YouTube comment. All right? But anyway. He's going to be permabanned. Great idea, Jeremy. No, he's not. All right. See, we got a few super chats off of this one. Okay, so there. Now, hey, look at that. We getting paid off of my room temperature IQ. That's what I'm talking about. Jeremy can't spell IQ. Thank you, John on YouTube. Nandy450 says Trump conflict excursion will last 4 to 6 weeks. MAGA, why is it taking so long? Per NBC, a deal has been offered to Trump admin from Iran. Trump said no, as he wants to continue until his key points are met. Listen, nobody, generally speaking, that is a true MAGA supporter is worried about this. They're just not, because we trust Trump. Again, I've said I don't love that we're in this situation because I don't, but you know, but ultimately I trust President Trump, and I have for a while.
I guess the only thing I can do instead of deadlifts is just rack pulls.
Well, they're not, because I can see your comments. So, no.
Well,
your comments are
don't
not blocked.
back extensions kind
But
of
anyway, go support Drunk 3PO. Thank you, Mandy.
do similar stuff?
Go support Drunk 3PO if you're interested.
I mean, yeah, but
because that's how you can.
My machine is not exactly like the ones at the gym.
Retweet this and tag team YouTube, and let's see if we can get some attention on.
I don't know how to describe it. It's just not. It's not exactly the same, so it kind of feels different. But
actual change that benefits the United
like, if I
States.
really want to load up weight,
Trump was thinking that. I thought, you know, I was
just not going to be able to do that without a back
do it
extension.
again here, and I think, you know, and Netanyahu said, look, we'll never get a better chance.
Well, you can try to do what you can to build up to.
Listen, I take issue with the idea that President Trump had not thought
Yeah.
about this. That I think that claim coming from
My thinking is, I'll obviously do back extensions, but I'll also incrementally do rack pulls and put it lower and lower each time, and just like spend a shit ton of time doing that, until I basically pick it up from the ground.
What's the most in a deadlift you've ever done?
I believe it was 3 plates and a 25 on each side.
So 325.
It's 365.
Oh yeah, I'm a retard. I forgot that 3 plates was 315.
Listen, I take issue with the idea that President Trump had not thought about this. That, I think, that claim coming from some of our panelists, I think, is absurd.
Yeah, if I tried that now,
I've been talking about going after
R.I.P.
Iran since the 1980s. And so, yes, I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu was lobbying him very hard to do it. And it's not anti-Semitic to say that. I also know that Mohammed bin Salman was lobbying very hard for Trump to do this. But also, this has been part of the grand strategy of the United States since at least 1979. Really, you would say since 1953, since the CIA coup that got rid of Mossadegh and consolidated the power of the Shah. So President Trump, from day one, goes in there. It's a very successful first day of the war. He says that the war is going to go on for about 5 weeks. We've just finished week 2. I myself am skeptical of the Iran operation. Had I been on the NSC, no one invited me, but had I been on it, I would have made arguments against it. But to suggest that Trump was just, befuddled and confused and duped and tricked, I think is ridiculous. Trump.
It's beyond ridiculous. We are talking about Donald Trump. We are talking about a person that has succeeded at literally everything from the entertainment world to the business world, reality TV, like whatever it is, the hotel business, the golf course business, like, and then decides to run for president and wins against all odds when no one thought that he had a chance. Wins against all odds. He's so successful that they literally have to steal an election from him, and they think that he's going to go away. And then he comes back and faces even more craziness that even we couldn't foresee. No one could look at the 2024 run and imagined all of the things that they were going to put in Trump's way. No one would have imagined that he could overcome all of that, yet he did, and he wins in a landslide. This is, right now, in my lifetime, there are only a couple of names that I think are in the same sphere as Trump, but I believe Trump is probably the single most famous person of my lifetime. The only people that are in the ballpark are Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson, and that's it. Elvis was a little before my time, but those are probably the two most. Yeah, it's Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson, and I would say Michael Jackson was more popular than Michael Jordan, but it was close. But outside of that, like, Donald Trump is the most famous person of my entire lifetime. So yeah, it's So to say that he's just this guy who gets manipulated and bamboozled is kind of fucking crazy.
Has the best foreign policy record of any president in my lifetime, at least, probably including George H.W. Bush, who oversaw the fall of the Soviet Union. He just keeps winning. And I think the people who have been saying for 10 years now that Trump just keeps accidentally getting it right, I think that their argument is beyond credulity.
But that's interesting, Michael. Has it created a sense of invincibility in Trump, which may now have tripped him up? And let me explain what I mean by that. Is that when he launched this attack, he came out immediately, very typical Trump, very belligerent, right, we've taken out the... have tripped him up. And let me explain what I mean by that. Is that when he launched this attack, he came out immediately, very typical Trump, very belligerent, right, we've taken out the top people, this is all over, I urge the people of Iran to rise up and take charge, it's gone, they'll never have a nuclear bomb, etc., etc., etc. But here we are 2.5 weeks later, and actually the regime is still intact. We don't know about the supposed new supreme leader, whether he's alive or dead, or whether he's in Moscow getting medical treatment. Maybe by the time this airs, there'll be more clarity on that. But we haven't seen or heard from this guy yet, the slain Ayatollah's son. But what is indisputable is that the Strait of Hormuz, which carries 20% of the world's oil every day, has been pretty well closed for everyone but the Iranians, Chinese, and a bit of Russia now for 2.5 weeks, to enormous economic damage, which will only be felt actually by a lot of Americans in a few weeks or months' time, when it was reflected in rising food prices, because every day the Strait of Hormuz is shut is going to be problematic for the food chain supply around the world. So it just seems to me that Trump may have thought this would be a quick, easy win, that militarily, obviously, the Americans and Israelis together, most formidable double-acting world military firepower history against the Iranians, it's a no contest. What they hadn't factored in, and I think this is where the miscalculation has come, is the double-pronged strategy of the Iranians of effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz to those.
Okay, the NPC talking points have definitely gone out. Okay. I just saw this on my timeline. Elijah Schaefer uploads a video that says MAGA is dead. Never Vance, never Rubio, America first. The talking points are definitely out there.
So now Mark Levin is MAGA, huh? Mark Levin, the never Trumper, who said that he would never vote for Trump. What, it was Mark Levin, Glenn Beck, who dipped his face in Cheeto dust, remember that? And then you had Ben Shapiro, who would say, you know, Trump is not the right guy. Even in the last election, he tried to go with the Florida governor. He was one of the DeSantis. You got these three never Trump neocons, Zionists, one of which, two of which are Jewish, that now Trump is saying that's the real MAGA. Trump put out a giant tweet in response to Megyn Kelly owning Mark Levin, calling him a micro-penis tube, which is weird. He's got a little hat, a little dick. I don't really care about that. I don't think about Mark Levin's private parts. But, I mean, if I was a guy and a girl told me I have a little dick, they always say that. You just go, okay, and you move on with your life. You're secure. But now, Trump is saying Mark Levin, he put a whole diatribe that his neocon ideas are MAGA. And I want you to listen to that. I want you to take that to your heart, okay? Because when Trump, he is MAGA. He's right. He goes, I am MAGA. And he's gotten a bit prideful, you could say. He's completely abandoned his base. And those of us
The talking points are out. MAGA is dead.
Access through it, and simultaneously attacking the neighboring Gulf states in a way that has
His
seriously
grass is dead.
imperiled the mission statement, future business plan of come and live in Dubai, come and live in Qatar, come and live in Riyadh, and it's safe and it's fun and it's sunny and everything else. Suddenly there are bombs going off in hotels, bombs going off at the Dubai airport and so on. You're seeing a lot of expats leave, you're seeing a lot of tourists stay away. This double-pronged sort of economic strategy that they've waged has been undeniably quite effective, and probably more effective than Trump calculated. I mean, do you think that's a plausible proposition?
We certainly can't say that he thought it would be over by now, because he said at the outset that it would go on for about 5 weeks. But I totally agree with you, Piers. This is the riskiest thing Trump has ever done in politics, bar none. That is why I would have argued against it had I been on the NS.
I mean, I think there's an argument, a strong argument to be made that it is. But at the same time, we are in a world of a news cycle that is constantly changing, and we're constantly focusing on the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And I would not be surprised if in 2 months from now, Trump is doing the next most dangerous thing that he's ever done politically. Because everything Trump does, according to everybody, is the craziest thing he's ever done. So it's just like, this is the world of Trump, man. He breaks people's brains. Not Michael Knowles specifically, because again, this is a huge deal. This is a huge deal because Trump ran on no more wars, no new wars, no forever wars. But he also consistently has talked about Iran since 1980. He's talked about not letting them have nuclear capabilities. But also, I believe that there is a lot more that's going into this situation with Iran than just Iran. I think this is about China. I think this is about repositioning the United States in a very different way that is going to guarantee the future successes of future presidents. So there's a lot of layers to this that are clearly not going to be understood right now, because Trump's not going to walk out there and say that. He's not going to tell people that that's what he's doing.
see. However, the good that could be achieved, and don't forget this has been part of U.S. grand strategy for many decades, the good that could be achieved would be amazing. You would basically fulfill the good that began under the Abraham Accords, consolidate the Gulf states with Israel under broad American influence. You'd get rid of the destabilizing force in the Middle East, Iran. You'd chop off the head of the snake. You'd back off China. You'd back off Russia. It could all be great. I'm with you, Piers. If the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for much longer, the Republicans are totally sunk in the midterms. One could say that the reason he undertook such a grand operation is because we only have a one-member majority in the House anyway. So if we're going to lose the midterms, might as well do something pretty big on our way out. But regardless, yes, if this works, Trump will be one of the most consequential presidents in American history. He already probably is, but he will go down truly as a foreign policy genius. If this doesn't work out, his legacy will be tarnished as George W. Bush's was. The only reason that I'm not freaking out now, I say I'm not freaking out until week 6. He said it would take 5 weeks. I'm going to freak out on week 6. I don't care how my oil futures are doing. He has a very good record. He's the only president in the last quarter century.
This fucking guy sitting here laughing when this piece of shit, this
That's just
Conway
one
guy,
panel.
This piece of shit's been having TDS for 10 years. Probably predicted
That's
Trump
like-
would be in prison. Probably predicted Trump was going to lose to Kamala.
quarter of
Probably
it.
predicted that Hillary's going to beat Trump. And this
Maybe.
piece of shit sitting there laughing
Maybe a fifth.
arrogantly like he knows what he's talking about.
On whose watch Vladimir Putin hasn't invaded a country. His attack on Iran over the summer was excellent. His decapitation of Venezuela took 88 minutes. He dropped the Moab. He killed Soleimani. He's just done very, very well on foreign policy, which is why for now I say let him cook. However, he will be the one, along with the American people, to bear the consequences if this doesn't work out.
The only spanner in the works I would put in that argument is he didn't say 5 weeks at the start. He said it would be very quick. Then he changed it to 5 weeks when he realized it probably wouldn't be a few days like he hoped.
Welcome to how President Trump handles everything because of how the media is going to manipulate what he says. Yes, that's why he answers in the way he answers, because he doesn't want to be boxed in.
George Conway, let me ask you a difficult question. Have you, in his entire time as President of the United States, in either term, ever knowingly praised Donald Trump for anything?
Yeah, no, I have. I mean, I have praised them for things. I can't remember what they are now because they're so few and far between. But
Well,
let
give
me
me an
just say
example
this.
of where
I
you
hope
think
he
he's done
does
a
get
good.
lucky.
Where has he done a good thing?
I would have to go. It's hard. It really is hard.
Do you like his suit?
Your previous live stream got 14 views.
No, I don't really like it.
See, this is what I missed about Piers in the opening segment. He didn't check that woman at all. Like, this is actually this is funny. This guy is completely flustered, by the way. He cannot think of anything.
His ties?
George, here's my point. George, before you answer,
I don't really like
here's
his ties,
here's
but
my
let me-
point. You see, I look at this, I've always tried to be fair with Trump. I praise him when I think he's right, criticize him when I think he's wrong. I've been very critical of him last few days about Iran, but I was very...
Let's see. Hang on. Somebody asked a question here. I gotta see. And the reason it stood out to me, if I can find it. Where is it? These comments are so hard to pull up sometimes. I saw a comment that I wanted to address, and I might not be able to find it. I'm looking. Damn it. Nope. Not gonna be able to find it, sadly. Now everybody's commenting shit. Jeremy is scrolling. I am. But I can't find it. It would have been a good one too. I'm looking. Fuck. I wonder if I should waste another 20 minutes just seeing if I can scroll back and find this fucking comment. Because I had a funny thing to say about it, but I can't find it now. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking waste the whole show looking for it. Damn it! I can't find it. Just find it. Just find it. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Oh well. Fuck it.
Praiseworthy, for example, about something that I can't imagine any American not praising him for, which is what he's done with the southern border. I mean, you know, you compare it to what happened under Biden for 4 years. Any American surely would be happy that the southern border effectively got shut down to millions more illegal people coming into the country, undocumented, illegally, into a country where millions had come in the 4 years before. I don't think that's a contentious partisan issue. It should be something where even you, George Conway, who hates the guy, can say, you know what, I'm going to hold my nose, but yes, Mr. President, I think that's a good
I
thing.
mean, there are times where I've held my nose and said, well, he got this one right, usually by accident.
What?
But
Name
when,
it.
to get back,
What is it? What have you ever said? What have you complimented Trump on? Please let us know. We are waiting patiently.
to the Iran issue, I mean, the problem with it is I hope he does get lucky. I hope, frankly, tomorrow he declares victory.
No, you
and
don't.
Everything goes back.
You do not hope Trump gets lucky. You don't want anything good to happen to Trump. You don't want his decisions to be good because it goes against the very foundation of everything you believe. And you just pointed out you can't even think of one thing that Trump has done in the last decade that you can compliment him for.
Back to normal, and oil prices go down, and he gets his victory, and there's peace, at least for now, in the Middle East. I don't like the Iranian regime. I wish it would go away. I don't like the fact that they probably will still try to develop nuclear weapons, although, you know, I don't think that they're about to do that in the very near future. But I will say this. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't explain what he's doing. We've heard so many different rationales about how long the war is going to last, what the purpose of the war is. I mean, this is a man.
Why do you want him to give strategic information out to the public? What is wrong with you? Do you not understand? Trump has been on record multiple times saying how stupid our previous leaders are when they get up in front of the cameras and they give detailed information about our military operations and our goals and our initiatives. He said how stupid this is. And this motherfucker wants this. He wants Trump to get up on stage in front of the fucking world, in front of all of our enemies, and tell them exactly what we're doing. Good Lord, these people. Oh, unbelievable.
Although, you know, I don't think that they're about to do that in the very near future. But I will say this. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't explain what he's doing. We've heard so many different rationales about how long the war is going to last, what the purpose of the war is. I mean, this is a man, remember, whose own Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, called him an effing idiot. A moron, I'm sorry, effing moron. I might get my words correct. His own national security advisor, John Bolton, called him a laughing fool. He's a man who had to, you know, they had to explain to him the difference between the Balkans and the Baltics. His own chief of staff during his first term, General Kelly, had to explain the significance of Pearl Harbor as they were flying into Hickam Air Force Base. He thought they had to explain to him a couple of times that Ireland is not part of the United Kingdom. My daughter, when she was in 4th grade, won a geography beat where she beat 7th and 8th graders, and she knew more geography than Donald Trump did during his first term, and probably still does.
Let me tell you something.
I mean, this man has no idea what he's doing.
Let me tell you.
I will say to Lesbian Conway here, one thing that I will agree with is that Trump had terrible, terrible picks in his first administration. Like, and he helped confirm that. A lot of, like, Rex Tillerson was a terrible pick, all right? That was not good. Jeff Sessions was not good. Mike Pence was not good. Like, he had a lot of bad fucking picks in his first term. 100%. So I'm not going to argue with you on that. And he's had, I would say, generally good picks in his second term. Still a couple of issues, for sure, but mostly really good picks.
When I was editor of the Mirror during the Iraq War, which we deposed, we took a children's map onto the streets of New York, and we asked 100 New Yorkers when they came out of the subway to show us where Iraq was. And from memory, at least 11 put it in the middle of the United States. So let's not get too carried away here about geography.
Okay, but he's Donald. He's the president of the United States.
I know he is.
He probably wouldn't do
By
any
the way,
better than
a lot of
somebody
people in
coming
the
out of the
UK
7th
don't
Street.
a lot of people in the UK, if you ask them, probably don't know about Ireland, the complexity of the south of Ireland and the north. So this is not a thing unusual to Donald Trump, I can tell you. Shabos, how do you think this is all going to play out here? Because
he's so happy to say, look at him. Anytime he can say anything bad about Trump, this is him. His life is all about saying bad things about Trump and getting people to giggle. Look how happy he is that someone laughed about Donald Trump. This is it. This is the greatest moment of his life right here. This is it. Look at that. Look at that. That's a face of joy in that one moment. Donald Trump. They laughed at my Trump joke. They laughed. Good Lord, man. The Bella Stella for $50 says that Jared doesn't have room temperature IQ. He's got high IQ. Some would say the highest there is. Some would say many people have said it. Many people. Thank you, the Bella Stella. I appreciate you as always. Let's see. JDT199 says, what the hell was Kellyanne Conway thinking? I mean, I don't know. I don't know this guy's backstory. What's her name? Dana Perino is married to like a 152-year-old. So maybe this dude has money. I don't know. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, like Dana Perino's married. Her husband's like 142 years old or something like that. Like he is an old motherfucker. So, yeah, whatever, man. I am Brockertron for 20 says one big reason is it's the riskiest thing he's ever done is because he has the weight of probably the world on his shoulders and previous other presidential failures in the Middle East. While we know he's different, perception is everything right now. I actually don't disagree with anything you just said right there. All right, you're 100% right about this. 100%. Let's see. Marmillan says, while I am not for war with Iran, I do agree with the move. I really don't like how this new age thing of, quote, we need a timeline for this to be done. How about it's war? It's done when it's done. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're begging for a timeline is kind of crazy. But
Nice, dude. This guy shizered all over his face.
So, Ugly Duckly says, why do I care about future Elon's baby mama? Jack Murphy's best buddy or bearded West-hating professors say about Donald Trump international policy. Tired of these ankle biters in the media. 100%. I didn't know where you were going with that one. I agree completely. All right. Narco says, I agree with the intervention action on Iran.
What page you got in the book?
This should have been done 20 years ago.
Game
The
of
Gulf
Thrones?
counties, our Gulf countries are tired of it.
No,
Iran too
the Lego
on,
book right there.
Our side. The next few
245.
weeks will be glorious.
It might be small.
I think Trump is. It's going to be again. It's interesting because all of the people that spend all day talking about Trump and bitching about him and whining about him,
Looks like you're
they're
pretty much
gonna
at the
have
end of it, no?
Massive egg on their face once again, and do you know
The
what they're
end of
going to
the
do?
first
Is they're
book.
going to move on to the next thing. They're going to move on to the next thing that they can be offended over because this is how they operate. Whiskey Niner says all this nonsense from Tucker, Candace, etc. are as bad as mainstream media. Agreed. No, I'm not.
Remember,
Pretend says
there's
they believe
two of
appealing to
them.
libertarians will make them more money. Libertarians.
No,
believe
there
Why
were
wouldn't
two
they
of
just
them.
make it one book?
Isolationism. To them,
Because you
MAGA
know how
means,
when
without
books are
Trump,
fatter,
you and I are not MAGA to them.
it's kind of hard to
Yeah,
like
they do
open
think that
and
there's
all
money
that
in
shit.
the libertarian movement.
I feel
for
like
sure.
it's just
Agreed. JDT says I hate everyone
know.
equally. You and me both.
Like smaller
Ram
books,
Tax says,
they
we'll
open
lose this country
easier,
if
right?
people
You can
think
spread
Trump
them better.
cares more about Israel than Americans. I just paid $21 for chicken thighs at Sam's. It feels
guess.
like he's fighting the wrong battles. The problem is I don't think most people think that. I think that's like we are, regardless of what people want to understand their.
Maybe they wanted you to have two nice fucking
This
booklets,
is something
man.
that's happened
I don't
in
mind.
the last, in my opinion, the last 2+ years. We are seeing a wider.
It's a big ass panel,
from
dog.
the internet versus reality. I think that there was a lot of parallels with
it's
the
the
internet
entire
and
length of the
reality
ship, so.
a few years ago, but the internet is becoming completely disconnected from the real world. The perceptions on the internet, the conversations,
Actually, since
the
it's
things that are being said
angled, it's
on the
probably
internet
slightly
is
longer than what they
drastically different now than what is actually going on
reported
in the
length
real world.
maybe.
And the ability to compartmentalize that,
They're basically just
separate that,
triangle
and
pieces,
understand
right?
that is important. And if you believe that everything that's being
Yeah.
said on the internet
Sort of looks like
translates to
a
the real
piece
world,
cut out
you're going to have a crazy perception of the real
The
world.
part that
But
would
I'm
go
here to tell you
down the
that
middle, that's when there's
in
a
my opinion,
piece cut out near the middle.
and I try my best to have perspective outside of my own, I think that the perception on the internet, not just in politics, in so many different things, is wildly different from the real world.
Is your
Human
dad
Master says,
asleep or
Piers Morgan
whatever?
reminds me of an older Tim Pool, but with hair. Mark Miller says, Piers just lied. They didn't pretend he didn't say it. They said it inside of like 20 other facts going on in Iran, and they clipped it out of context, as they always do, and latched onto it. Correct. 100%. And yeah, I've said it before, but I think that the conversations going on Twitter right now are as bad as I've ever seen them. Like the stuff that's happening, and I'm not saying that there's anything needs to be done about that, because I don't like, I can criticize it, but I can also say that this is how it should be. The internet should be as free and as fair as humanly possible, and you let the chips fall where they may. So as much as I am kind of getting burnt out on Twitter and seeing all of the bullshit on Twitter all day, every day, the constant just information war that's going on Twitter, bullshit, lies, fake videos, AI, and then buried in all of that is real information. It is tough to get through a lot of it, but that's much better than having the mainstream control the narrative. It's much better than that.
I can tell you. Shabos, how do you think this is all going to play out here? Because it seems to me, as Michael said, it's unbelievably high stakes for Trump, because the midterms are coming fast. You know, we're nearly in the middle of March here now. Then you're 6 months away from the midterm elections. He was already likely to lose the House. Big rumblings now he may lose the Senate because of this. And then he becomes pretty powerless. I mean, he got the power of executive orders, but you know what will happen if he loses control of Congress is the Democrats will come with everything they've got to impeach him.
I refuse to believe that Donald Trump does not understand what's at stake in the midterms. I refuse to believe that Donald Trump made this decision without a full plan, because, and understand this, nobody has more on the line, personally or politically, in the midterms than Donald Trump. Nobody. If Donald Trump loses the midterms, if we lose the midterms, Donald Trump is fucked. And I don't mean just politically. They are going to ruin this man's life. They're going to ruin his legacy. They're going to ruin his family's life and his family's legacy. Nobody has more on the line for the midterms than Donald J. Trump.
Again, he'll be swallowed up in all that legalese again. And, you know, pretty much his effectiveness to run the country properly, as he would like to do it, disappears. So the stakes here are huge. If come June, July, this is still going on, and it's really hitting home with inflation, on food prices and so on, and at the gas pump and so on, I think that this will, in the end, turn out to have been a massive mistake by Trump. Conversely, as Michael said, if somehow by then it's all played out the way he hopes, and I take George's point, I'm not entirely sure what Trump now sees as victory. You know, does he see total surrender? Does he see the overthrow of the regime? Does he see the people rising up? He seems to change from day to day. But you know, what do you feel about this politically here?
Okay, so I definitely agree with your diagnosis of the problem. Like, as conservatives, as
shit, dude, he went full Ben Shapiro. Like it's like Ryan Shapiro or Ben Kennel. It's crazy. Yes, you know, Paris, listen, I totally understand what you're saying here. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, so I definitely agree with your diagnosis of the problem. Like, as conservatives, as Republicans, historically going into the midterms when you're in power has never been favorable, but I totally disagree as to the causes of it. So first of all, I have to take issue with the Democratic Party, and I think you were alluding to this, talking about, you know, the cost of gas and fuel. As I said, I moved to Los Angeles for my job at PragerU. The gas station nearest to where I live, I do not live in a very expensive area of Los Angeles. Gas is $6.46. So the biggest problem, the biggest threat to affordability is not the Iranian regime, it's Governor Gavin Newsom and the Democratic Party, but they'll sort of fixate on Iran. So that's number one. Number two, the goals of this war have been so unbelievably clear. And in fact, Marco Rubio, when he was part of the Gang of Eight in the Senate, he said, we never got the briefings that I, as the Secretary of State, am now giving any member of Congress who wishes. So President Trump has been so clear. Number one, it's about ending Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. Number two, it's halting the expansion of Iranian's ballistic missile arsenal. It's preventing the development of longer-range missile systems that are capable of hitting the United States, neutralizing threats to close the Strait of Hormuz, which the Ayatollah had repeatedly threatened, degrading the networks responsible for killing Americans. Look, 90% of the funding that the Houthis get, that Hamas gets, that Hezbollah gets, is given by Iran. So this idea that, like, we don't have any interest at stake, and what Kerry Prejean-Bowles was saying, you know, MAGA is dead. First of all, he's been saying that, Nick Fuentes has been saying it, Candace Owens has been saying it for like 2 years. Like, yeah, it's dead. We got it. So you can leave now. But the idea that the MAGA base don't support this is just not demonstrated by any of the facts. It's totally divorced from reality. The lowest poll I could find before I came on the show was a Washington Post poll that found only 85% of MAGA Republicans support this war. That's the lowest number I can find.
Yeah, I've
And
seen
American
the
people-
same. I said that to her, and she, I don't know where
Right, so
she
it's
got
total
her.
nonsense.
I heard the other day, I heard Tim Pool talking about, I think it was Tim Pool. I can't remember. I heard somebody talking about the fact that they are finding difficulty finding any true Trump supporters that have abandoned Trump. And whoever this was like, and I can't believe it. Like, why can't you believe it? Like, Donald Trump's been the most relevant political figure by a mile for the last decade. He's got a movement like no other, ever. He's overcome everything, and you're shocked that the people that have been with him for a decade are still with him? Why is that shocking? These people pay attention to anything that fucking happens?
She was basing hers on individual conversations she's had with people, but I don't think that's right. Let me bring in...
Let me just close with
Yeah, finish the point,
last point. President Trump is a pragmatic human being, okay? To your point, you were on his show, Celebrity Apprentice. He looks at the news. He looks at polling. The American people, for the most part, especially his base, are solidly in the war for now. I agree with Michael. If this is going on in 5 weeks' time, 6 weeks' time, that's a different conversation. I would be shocked, and I'm happy to come back on your show and apologize on live TV, but I would be shocked if this is going on in 3 months' time from now, because President Trump doesn't want that. He ran in 2016 saying that he was against the war in Iraq. He doesn't want forever wars. This is not the beginning of a war. This is the end of a war. The end of a war that cost the lives of thousands of American civilians and thousands of American troops.
Okay, Roy Casagrande, I mean, what would concern me as an American...
Well, we'll leave this there. I don't care what this fucking guy in the middle says. This guy looks like he fucking, you know, works part-time in the fucking Waffle House anyway, the guy in the middle. No disrespect to the Waffle House workers, but like if I was to go into a Waffle House at 2 a.m., this guy in the middle would probably be the cook. Okay? He'd probably be the cook. 100%. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. So, but that's no disrespect to the Waffle House, because we love the Waffle House. We do. I got to catch up on Super Chats. Ryan Miller says, these people are so pathetic. They are freaking out over an operation that's been 3 weeks. I can promise you, if he succeeds, they're going to look
Fuck you,
stupid.
saying dog.
They will, but they'll
Don't
just
say
move
that
on.
racist shit at my party.
Bright Matt says,
Biggin and smiling.
these so-called MAGAs who are turning their backs on Trump remind me of Restore Britain supporters who turned their back on the Reform UK.
Racist piece of
pathetic.
shit.
Jeremy's Gay says, was only teasing Jeremy. Girl Boss Doom Part 2, One Piece swapped race. I didn't get the Girl Boss Doom Part 2.
I think that fucking woman getting killed in Schindler's List is funny.
Of course, I don't hate Zendaya as much as everybody else on the fucking internet does. I'm not really a fan of Zendaya,
Psychopath.
You do
but I don't hate her. I don't have this like passionate hatred for her like everybody on the internet does. Miniature Ron thinks so close. Nobody's seen them together.
I remember when we had to watch that in the class.
Didn't know I was dead. MAGA lives. Miniature Von
Was I there?
Meanwhile, CNN polls what US,
Yes, you were.
What U.S. cares about Iran 45%.
What's her name?
Miniature
Miss
Von Thinks, who are
Brenda,
you?
like the blonde chick or whatever the blonde.
727 says MAGA is dead.
Yeah,
tax.
yeah, you were in
Piano
that
Thing says,
class.
The only thing I agree with this woman on is
I
that
didn't laugh at that
Paula
part.
White is
I laughed at the part where
Tacky Proton says, how does
the
Tucker
evil
know
guy was
the CIA is reading his stuff?
beating the shit out of that one.
I
In the
got a
basement?
lot of questions
Yeah.
I got a lot of questions for Tucker. Not me personally, but I'd like for somebody to ask these questions. Manager Bumping says, how do you do, fellow libs? Or, I mean, MAGA? Vic Chavez says, if they're free because they're no longer corpo slaves, aren't they slaves?
Am
to
I a
their
bad person
audience
if I
now?
laugh at that?
Mike Zero Source says, Alex, I'm not wearing my glasses. Little Jim Salo says, this is why nobody trusts the media at all. All they do is lie and
why would you
manipulate the
be?
narrative. This is why I watch a croc-wearing Alabamian.
It's
Zachary
just a
says,
movie,
Megyn
right?
Kelly and Tucker
Well,
are
just 'cause
pulling
it's a
Ben
true
Shapiro
story,
betraying Trump. Hard to
So if
forgive
it's not a
them
true
now.
story, I can laugh at it. If
Philip
it's
says,
if
what
it looks
part of
weird
ever
or just
again
funny,
does
like sometimes horror
Sean Living
movies are
Life says,
funny, right?
let the petty
Like if
era
it was a true
begin.
story,
This is
does that
where
mean I
I'm
can't laugh at it?
I am in
If
the
I don't know
petty
it's a true
era
story,
of
does that
the
mean I
internet.
can't laugh at
Just
it?
respond with
But what about the woman getting shot in the head? Made it was funny to you.
Well, it's so sudden. He does it, and there's no like fucks given.
Philip says this
And
reminds me of
and
non-binary
like
Zionism transition.
right when you know what
Peter says,
happens,
did
it's
you
like
see the video of BD's,
everything
ring
turns off.
disappearing? It's on
and she just
African
flops.
wild stuff. He's not here.
But also,
Oh my
just like
gosh.
just like intrinsically, that's it's funny to me. Like it's not because it was specifically her or anything, but like the guy from Predator is funny to
He
me.
would have said at least 50. Okay. Tacky Proton says, hearing
I
this
know there's
Morgan
another one,
religious,
but I can't
talk
remember.
crap
Let me
makes
try to
me
see if
glad
I can
I'm
think.
an atheist. I'd love to see how many
Oh,
people would care about
in
Holy
Fury when
Miniature Voltage says, as a
Clint
years
Eastwood's
old
son gets killed and his eyes just go wide open and he
Proton says,
falls.
is
That's
this
funny
Matt
to me.
Simpson, Groening's, how do you say his name? I know
There's
he's a
another
Simpsons
one
guy.
where they
In the
get shot in
middle.
the head though.
Bearded Stormshed, I'm sorry.
Nice.
My Blaze membership
I don't
led
know,
me to
but-
Crowder, and he led me to
Look,
Quarterback
sometimes
Garrett,
Was
who
it-
led me to Neurotic, who led me
What-
to Utopia, who led me to Weirdo. How unfortunate. Damn, that's a fucking drop-off.
Was it funny when
Like,
in
you were
Fury
peaking right there. So, like,
when they're going up
Wait,
against the
wait.
Panzer
Yeah.
tank?
Okay, and then
And
QBG
he gets his
to
head blown
Gary,
off.
You're like elevated, and then you take this massive drop to find D-Day Cobra.
Oh man.
Can't get any worse than this.
You know what was funny
but it
about that?
can.
Like,
So
it
just when
it's
you
just
think it
like
can't
so
get any
it's so
worse,
quick.
then
Yeah.
all of a
But
sudden,
they
so
immediately
it's
cut to the
so
other.
Beardo, and you're like,
They immediately cut to the other guy. Like, yeah, he's like, "Oh, they got Donnie."
pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
pretty
like-
bad. Sorry, we're not good.
Because it's
CB
almost
says that
like
their argument
obviously they're
is
in a
from a
crazy
Catholic perspective,
situation,
it
so it
works with
seems like they
everybody who
don't
isn't
care,
Catholic.
but it's like
Seriously, no
they
one
have to
cares who isn't
press
Catholic.
forward.
Tay-Tay
So it
says,
seems like they
avoiding
don't care,
getting
which makes it even
roasted
funnier.
tax. DVS Lord says Carrie is
But like
asked about a
when the guy's on
porn
fire
clip
and he
on
runs
Hannity
out
a while
and he's
ago
screaming and then he
doesn't
just
deny
shoot
it.
like that's
Really?
kind of funny.
I want to see it.
Not that he's on fire and that he kills
Not the
himself, but
clip
just
on
like
Hannity.
watching it.
I'm not worried about the clip.
Like
I
I
don't
wouldn't
wanna see the
say
clip on
when
Hannity.
when Shia LaBeouf gets shot in the head, I
just
wouldn't.
for
That's not.
research purposes,
I wouldn't say
I'd
that's
like
funny.
To let the audience
Whether it's
know
because
how good
yeah,
the
it
video
could also
is.
be because we don't care about the character,
Jewish Ryan for $1, $2.
right? Because we
Yeah.
either haven't seen him or he could be
Corey
annoying or.
Wells says Trump is the alpha Chad. He does the bamboo.
When the Mexican dude like fucking gets blown up, that was funny.
Room temperature IQ. John says room temperature IQ.
That was pretty funny to me.
Well, it's almost like I guess he could be dazed or something or drunk or something, but like he just looks at it and then like puts his body over it and just. It's so nonchalant. He just looks to the left and then it's like. It's like he's hugging a dog or something.
Oh, that's funny, dude.
You're scanning people. Raymond Daniels says,
Holy
I
fuck.
got Are you trying to make me say
You see,
something there? I think you are.
I get what you're saying. Like the chick in Schindler's List getting killed was funny, but the chick dying in Fury was not funny at all. That was sad.
Oh no, yeah.
Under Armour Gamer says Jerry has
Yeah, so like I get what you mean. It's just something about the way certain things are done that,
send him more super so I
Like
can
I
send
not
him
for whatever
more
reason it's funny.
I think
I try my best. I try my best.
I think the whole
Fran
point
Forsyth
of it
says,
in
if MAGA is
Schindler's
dead,
List
then the
is
USA
that he's
fails,
doing
to
it
communism.
and
TDS
it's
is
so
what
easy
brings
for him
down
that
the
it
West.
makes it
Nobody
worse.
thinks beyond the next podcast view. Sad, really.
But in
That is a
my
very,
view, I'm
very
watching the
good point,
movie already
that
knowing
nobody
that's
is
what they're
thinking
like, so me
beyond
seeing
the
it doesn't
next
surprise me
podcast
because
view.
I
That
already
is
know.
very well said.
Like I already understand.
you
I've
are good at
already
this task.
I've already seen it. I already know that's how they're gonna be. I already expect
Objectively,
it.
Cat says Benji Kennel at
Like I don't expect someone that would
Plain
that would have been
Hope says
hung or
lost
killed
comments tax.
for their
Aaron
crime,
Adams
for their
says
war
people
crimes. I don't
are
expect
going
them
to
to
feel
be
so
any less
stupid
than
when
that.
Trump comes out winning yet again, but Michael is right, and
Yeah.
the economy is not good. At the end, it
But
will
also,
be on
of
him.
course, the
Agreed.
one in Fury that
69ers says, why would Trump
gets
give
an
a
emotional
specific date
reaction
when
out of me because
Iran
she's a
can
hot
just
chick.
Wait till said date?
In that
That's stupid.
specific scenario,
Like,
like it's
we're
very well
dealing
done.
with the dumbest people in the world. Like, why doesn't Trump just
Fuck,
announce a
man.
date date? And it's like, that's not how any of this works, you idiots. My goodness, these people are stupid, man. Like, now, there's an interesting thing here, okay? You got to see this, all right? You got to see this. This is very, very interesting.
Oh, what a
okay?
fucking, what a scene, dog.
Right here, I was watching, and this is how things happen on the internet. I was watching Patrick Bet David. They were talking about all of this stuff
like
going
even
on in
when-
the Trump administration, okay? They're talking about all this crazy
Like
stuff,
I could even say
And at
when, I
one
can't remember
point-
his name, but when the mostly illiterate guy dies, I would say if you maybe just started watching the movie there, where the shell I guess penetrates the side and kills him or whatever, I could probably see someone laughing or like thinking his crying is weird. Because it is kind of weird crying. Like the way that he cried was weird. But since you've gone along with the characters, even though you did hate him before, you're kind of not. I didn't hate him, but some people would. Most people probably. They would probably see him slightly change, right? And I don't hate him because he's in a war. Like I'm not. I don't want anyone other than someone like him. But.
Oh. Oh god, it's just so funny, dude. Thinking shit.
At Pearl Harbor, where the fucking ship looks like where it looks like he's blowing it up. It's fucking hilarious. I've laughed so hard at that multiple times. There's another part of the movie where the Japanese guy is flying and he gets shot through the canopy and the way that his head bobbles when while he's dead. It's fucking hilarious. And then I think it shows him like crashing into something. It just makes it funny.
Oh fuck! His head bobbles, dude.
yeah. Because I guess it's dead right now. It does whatever it wants. But there's another one where there's a guy who we've seen throughout the whole movie. And during the early stage of the attack, a bomb drops and it's like right next to him, so there's no point in running because if it blows up, he's dead anyway. So he drops down to like a push-up position, watches the I guess the fan, they call it's a screw, but it stops turning, which means that the fuse is done, so it's gonna blow up, and it doesn't blow up. So he gets up and he waves and is like, "It's a dud," and then it blows up. Like that's fucking hilarious. Every time we watch it, we like it's so good.
Oh fuck! Have you ever watched Deep Blue Sea?
Yes.
You know what scene I'm talking about, then?
There's probably many for me, but
Okay, but the scene with Samuel L. Jackson.
where it comes out of the water. Out of the,
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
That shit was so funny to me.
Well, one thing that's funny to me is when when the researchers have it, they're supposed to have it sedated, but they don't give it enough. After he gets his arm chopped off, just the way the blonde chick is reacting, like I guess like yeah, it's probably accurate, but it just looks funny to me. Whether that's the actress's fault or whether I just can't take her seriously.
Oh fuck. Yeah, and then obviously with Hacksaw Ridge, there's that grenade scene.
And then I don't know if it specifically happens in that, but when people are on fire, like obviously it's the stunt guy and they're just like waving their hands around. Like obviously that's fucking horrifying. But the way that it looks sometimes can be funny.
Oh man, Saving Private Ryan, dude. Some good ones in there too for me.
Oh, I haven't watched that in a while. Let me think of a couple. Oh well. Well, when he, Hacksaw Ridge, is that when he takes off his helmet and he gets hit, or is that
I think that's Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah. That's not like that funny, but it's kind of like might get a chuckle.
Yeah. Well, no, the one for me was the fucking telecoms guy.
Yeah, where he turns him over. Yeah. I was gonna say that.
I don't know, and for some reason, I know it's meant to be shocking, right? Like everything's meant to be shocking in that movie. But
Oh, wait! Before you say it, the sticky bombs, and the like the AA gun, that's at least for me. Maybe that's not what you were gonna say.
I don't even think I can remember those parts, but the very beginning where they're invading the beach, it's just when it goes slow-mo and you just see the guy looking for his arm. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of made me chuckle.
The one that I was talking about, where you know when they took where they take their socks off and put tar on it so it sticks, and then put a bomb in it. One guy lets it the fuse burn too long, and he runs up to it, and it explodes while it's in his hand, and he's gone. That's kind of funny to me. But one that is also funny is when they're trying to open the enemy tank, and the guys with the AA gun are shooting at them, and it's like people are just throwing like fucking pieces of meat everywhere. They're just absolutely exploding everywhere.
Shit, dude. It's pretty fucked up. Ow. Ooh. Okay. See if I could do some stretches here.
Yeah, maybe next time you watch Saving Private Ryan, watch the part where the tank shows up. Like, it's a pretty good scene.
It's like at the very end, right?
Yeah, but that like one part where the guy explodes himself is funny.
Oh man. Have you seen that movie with Timothy Chalamet where he's like a medieval king or whatever the fuck?
No, I want to
Yeah, there's a specific scene in that movie that's pretty funny to me.
What is that called? It's called The King, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Pretty good movie.
It looks good.
Yeah.
Point. They're talking about J.D. Vance, okay? Tom brings up this quote from J.D. Vance, builds a completely false narrative around what J.D. Vance said. A complete false narrative. Now, Patrick,
Should I even try to do that stretch where
this is amazing.
you kind of
this is an amazing
you start off
moment
laying
to show
on your
you
back,
how
like laying
manipulative
down,
people can be
and then you take one leg and then you kind of like try to twist your leg. So
listen to this. Now, I don't have the exact timestamp, but again, so what they're talking about, they're theorizing.
You could. I wouldn't go too far at first because that could hurt you. Another one that's similar, where you're not fully extending your leg. Like if you have a nerve problem where it hurts if you flex your leg while it's straight, this one could help. I think it's so it's kind of like that one, but instead of only bringing one over, you just okay, you know when you're doing not like bicycle kicks or leg lifts, but knee lifts, so like your knees would be together and they're bent, basically like that, but you're doing it like the one you said. So you're bringing both over with bent legs. That's what I do. One side of it feels worse because it's the worst side. So if you want, you can try that and see if it feels better or worse.
That J.D. Vance is no longer within Trump's inner circle. That's what they're theorizing. And they're saying, like, you know, Marco Rubio has his back, and maybe J.D. Vance is, you know, questioning the Iran operation, and maybe he's going to be able
I swear
to
Cat Cow does
say on the
nothing,
debate
dude.
stage that I didn't support this because it's going to blow up. A lot of stupid theories, okay? But just listen.
Smart thing that he said last week, and yesterday as I was reading this,
Is
I was
that
like,
where
oh,
you're
wow.
just bending
That's why
your
he's doing
upper
it.
back?
He's distancing himself, but he's not trashing the president.
And look
publicly.
carefully
Yeah,
at his
like
path.
you're on your
Is
hands
he
and
the
knees and
legislative
you
path, or is he the
arch
leader
it and then
governor
you.
path?
He's the leader governor path.
Talking
Okay,
about
dude.
J.D. Vance right now.
JD? No, he's a
What the fuck
legislative
is the
path.
opposite of arching?
And when legislators fight each other in election, they said,
Punch
excuse me,
or whatever.
I did not vote for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I
the
got you.
position. Do you see that?
Yeah, 'cause-
That's a lot different from a governor who's got his butt on the line when there's a natural disaster and you have to show leadership and you have to make the call. Governors, says, are CEOs of states. The president, we have a leader right now that makes decisions. And JD sounds a little bit too much like a legislative politician.
This is all bullshit, what they're saying about J.D. Vance right now. This is all bullshit.
Now, hang on a second. My voting record is clear on that, and I didn't vote on that one.
Smart.
Yeah, is this it, Rob?
Yes.
Go for it.
Oh, hang on then. Oh, so they're pulling up the clip now. All right. So I got to go back to when Tom was talking the first time. So hang on. So right here. Okay. Hang on.
Tom, I'm sorry, I haven't gone to Tom yet. Tom, your thoughts.
So, on this, I'll tell you what I think. You know how I parse things that get stated. You know, I like drive into the words. When I know people are speaking carefully, I dive into the words.
Listen to this.
Over the weekend, I believe it was over the weekend, I think Rob has it somewhere. You know what J.D. Vance says when they asked him about something he talked to Trump about, Pat?
What?
He says, well, I don't have a comment on that. And he goes, I don't want to go to prison. That's not what you say. You know, when you're talking about the president and you're the VP, to me, when I hear things like that, even if you're just off the cuff,
This is completely misrepresenting the comment. I reacted to the comment that he's talking about. I reacted to that comment here on this show. But again, I want everybody to understand the framing of this shit.
not what I believe it was over the weekend. I think Rob has it somewhere. You know what J.D. Vance says when they asked him about something he talked to Trump about, Pat?
What?
He says, well, I don't have a comment on that. And he goes, I don't want to go to prison. That's not what you say. You know, when you're talking about the president and you're the VP, to me, when I hear things like that, even if you're just off the cuff, even if you're just open mic, even if it's just one, you know, like you're walking and then the press guy, you know what I mean, Pat comes up, puts a microphone in your face, one more thing, and he says, well, I'm not going to say anything about that. And he goes, why is that? And he goes, well, I don't want to go to prison. It's like, that's what J.D. Vance said. This is less than 72 hours ago. So it also, you know what that says to me? When you hear that, Pat, what do you think? Maybe a little bitter? Maybe a little frustrated?
What? This is an insane narrative to be built. And my point of this, and we're going to play the rest of this, and we're going to play the actual clip. But my point being is that all of these major shows are doing everything they can to tell you things are terrible within the administration. They're all lying to you, all right? Now, to be fair, Patrick Bet David had not heard this comment. Once he hears the comment, he's like, that was a good comment. What are you talking about? Like, this is great. This is a crazy reach from Tom.
You're left out? You don't say that.
I haven't seen this. Is this the one, Rob, he's talking about?
Yes, sir.
Can you get to the point
Starting
of
to
you're
see
gonna go,
ants.
is it right off the bat he goes to you going to prison?
Oh, I don't know, not yet.
Could I say something about
Oh,
that?
but you are?
Because I got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I've seen a
You see
couple.
that? That's a lot different from a governor who's got his butt on the says our CEOs of states. He sounds a little bit too much like a legislator.
I feel like I used to
now, hang
when
on a
my
second.
grandma
My
was
voting
alive.
record is clear on that,
More.
and I didn't.
We're smart.
Yeah, is this it, Rob?
Yes.
Go for it.
Imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there.
What if you
because
just take a
it's the most
floorboard
classified space
off
anywhere in
the
the world.
ground and
I
there's
sit
like a
there with
million
Phoenix
ants
and
under it?
General Kane and Marco Rubio and the
Fire.
entire White House team,
Burn it down.
and the president and I and the entire
Well, that's
senior
probably
team
what
are
it's
talking
like.
about the
I mean,
options,
not
about what
like
we need to do and about
that
how we
many,
must best
but
protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media.
I thought it was actually a good answer. No, I actually think that was a good answer. Listen, on one end, I was just criticizing, you know, how it's going to hurt.
Now, I listen, okay. I get that maybe Patrick Bet David didn't want to throw his boy under the bus, but Tom deserved to be called the fuck out on that, bro. Like, that was completely insane how he framed that. He framed that terribly. And this is happening. And I think Valuetainment's a good channel, and I like these guys. But these guys, I think, are pretty level-headed for the most part, and I enjoy their stuff. But if it's happening on a show like this, imagine what level it's happening on all of these other networks and channels. Like, the way he framed that was absolutely fucking insane. And maybe Patrick Bet David called him out later on, but he doesn't right here. He kind of moves past it. And you realize Tom just shuts the fuck up, doesn't say anything. And I'm just sitting there going, where did you get this from? Because when he said it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I reacted to that clip. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, we reacted to that clip. Unless there's another clip that I'm not aware of. I remember reacting to that clip because I did react to it a couple days ago. And I remember when we reacted to it, everybody in the chat and me were like, hell yeah, JD, that's 48 right there. That's our vice president. And then he's sitting there going, yeah, he's throwing Trump under the bus. I'm like, what? What are you talking about, bro?
Heard him. I didn't think that was a bad answer. I think he gave the proper. See, that's the thing with JD. He is so good in giving the right answer in the right places. It's the reason why he's at 18.6%. 18.6 is still a lot to be that high. I just think right now, with what's going on, is this Rob? Is this an AI video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. This is the AI. This is what they're claiming happened. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this video or not.
I have not.
This is an AI video saying that Trump played Tucker to take out the leaders of Iran. Now, again, keep in mind, guys,
Yeah,
they're making.
We talked about that. I wanted to show that clip though. There, JD, he is extremely good at answering tough questions in tough moments. And again, I will compliment him by saying that JD does a better job of pushing Trump's agenda to people that can easily understand what he's saying, whereas Trump is not good at that, to talking. When Trump is talking to people that don't like him, JD can articulate Trump's positions far better than Trump can in those situations. He's fantastic at it. And he should, he should always get credit for that. And in fact, we had another moment today. I hope the audio is good enough. But we had another moment today with JD. If I can find it, let's see. Is this it right here? Right here. So listen to JD right here. I hope the audio is not going to be too low for you right here. It's only a 20-second clip, but right here, JD Vance politely shuts down a reporter trying to drive a wedge between him and President Trump over Iran. And the reporter says, so there's no hesitation given your past statements with the current operations. What do you mean? There's no hesitation with my past statements. Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously. And then JD's answer is fucking perfect. Okay, here we go.
I mean, there's no hesitation with my past statements. Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Trump liked it too when he said it. He said we've had dumb presidents in the past. Trump was like, hell yeah.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Yeah, so this narrative that JD and Trump are not on the same page, this is meant to divide a very, very well-oiled machine. These two guys are on the same page. There's no issues there whatsoever. And so anybody out there pushing this nonsense is they're just lying. They're just straight up lying, and it's pathetic. So, but I have been seeing a lot of that out there, a lot. Okay, let's see. Okay, where are we at? Oh, so if you go right here to Jay's tweet, by the way, go to his tweet, and this, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to get hit, but he said he was reacting to this video, and he was told that the you-know-whats are the reason he got the strike. So if you go to Twitter and watch this, this is why Jay got a strike. This is absolutely insane to watch that video, but you can go to his Twitter account and you'll see it. It's crazy. It's crazy that he got a strike for that. I cannot believe it. It's insane. Garbage.
Got a lot done today, dog.
What California could have done with billions spent on
I still
bombing
gotta do.
Iran,
This is
we could
one
have
of
made
4
zero more
panels,
miles of the
and then I gotta do
high-speed
the superstructure.
or house literally
Holy
hundreds of people,
shizer,
not
any
both.
birdie.
Stephen Strain says no life tax. Modern says One Piece actress, I don't know what her name is, demands ceasefire in Gaza despite
I
ceasefire
guess you made up for the last 2 days,
This was
no?
at the Oscars. And then I'm not even gonna try to read all that shit that you just typed, Eric, about Jack and all that. So, Free J, yes, Free J. There it is. Doug Diggs says Jeremy wants to say stuff be good tax. What it do? 199. Really? Was the Oscars yesterday? Yeah, apparently. And apparently Ben Stiller was hanging out in a Hollywood grocery store, and nobody recognized him. By the way, not sure if you're aware of this, but we will have a panel at MegaCon. It will be me, Gary, Ripa, Drinker, and Ryan. That's a pretty good panel right there, I gotta say. I would show up to this panel. If you're telling me that this panel was the panel, I would show up to this panel, okay? This is a really good panel. So, yeah, good stuff indeed right there. So, Do I have tattoos on my hand? The hell is that? Real life fake Gary. Yes, that's real life fake Gary. That's Tree Bear, of course. Tree Bear always handling that business. Good stuff from Tree Bear. I hope you guys will check us out over there. Six Fingers, that's right, Six Fingers. Ben Stiller has aged a lot since he was relevant. Yeah, he has. I mean, it happens to all of us. So, I mean, hell, I'm getting old. We're all getting old. So, I don't know. I don't know if I wonder, like, when people still, like, when people meet me, they still think that I'm younger than I am. But I think that I'm starting to look a little older than before. So, like, 5 years ago, let me have a track. Channel, so give me just a
Nice.
What happened, dog?
I was trying to find a video to play.
Am I doing it right?
No. You're getting close.
All right. Look, I'll learn as we go.
This is the
okay?
first time, actually, we've had a woman on Ash. You asked me, like, do you usually have women? I'm like, I just never really even thought of it.
This will make the feminists so mad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she thinks she can just do stuff with the boys.
Yeah, like Demi Moore in the
What
80s.
a pick me. What a pick me.
Yeah, that's what they'll do. But the truth is that did happen. There were a bunch of, remember it was a big thing for models to smoke cigars? And they're like Christy Brinkley and Demi Moore, like
Yeah.
a G.I. Jane. And she's like,
Yeah.
I just love smoking with the boys. I remember reading in a magazine, like a cigar magazine, said, what's your favorite cigar? She was like, I really like a torpedo. That's a shape. A torpedo is a shape of a cigar. It's not an actual brand. Like, it's just like, this is a, I don't know, this is like a Churchill. That's a Robusto, just different sizes.
They were like, what's your favorite gun to carry? And she was like, I like a 9mm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I like a 9mm. I like a one that I hold in my hand. You ever see G.I. Jane? That's a perfect way to start this off. What a piece of shit that movie was.
That came out when I was in high school.
Oh.
So yes.
Did you believe it?
No.
Did you believe when she's like, she puts down her gun? I'm like, okay, with her own sergeant. She's
No,
like,
I
let's
didn't believe it at all, and here's why. And I think this was a big benefit to me growing up. I grew up out in the country on farms with boys. I was a tomboy myself. And when you grow up in the creek, you know, trying to catch crawfish with boys, or they throw you in the shit pits on the farm, on the dairy farm or whatever, you try to go hunting with them and stuff like that, you actually find out that you're very different from the boys, and that you cannot do the same things the boys can do in the same way that the boys can do it. Well, I think if you're like a city girl and you grow up really insulated from that, you really think that you can, like, you know, fight a 6'2" ICE agent in the streets of Minneapolis.
You watch The Ballerina and you're like, it does make just as much sense as John Wick.
Basically.
It's the same. But to be fair, I do think you probably fare better in the shit pits than I would, because I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
Is it a pit? Oh, shit.
Yes.
Okay.
On dairy farms, there's troughs that run behind all the cows, and all of the waste, liquid and solid, just runs down and it goes into a huge pit, and then they suck it up and spray it on the cornfields for fertilizer. So you have these huge pits of just cow pee and poop that are just sitting there fermenting. And some of my friends thought it would be a really funny thing to do to pick me up and throw me in it. So that was good.
So it's like Harry.
Yes.
And it's aptly named. It's a little on the nose, but now you learn something new every time. And speaking of learning something new, here we have your book, and hopefully you've been selling a lot of copies since sitting down with Joe.
I'm doing very well.
Good.
I think we cracked the top 50 in books overall on Amazon, which is kind of unheard of for a self-published book.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of funny too? You would think it'd be all self-published, but there still are a few kind of major publishers that tend to dominate.
Yeah, most of the top 100 is all mainline published stuff, not self-published stuff on Amazon even. So,
well,
pretty crazy.
Let me get the generic stuff out of the way as far as. But I do think this is something. It sounds generic, but for people who are tuning in, like, I'm sure you run into this. It's kind of old hat for you because you've been doing this for so long. But you must pretty often still run into someone who's just shocked when you deliver the first bits of information, like on women's suffrage, the 19th.
Yeah.
So for people who may be new, and I can't recommend the book enough. I mean, it's pretty meticulously researched. I know it took you a long time to do. Let's start with this. What do you think, what's the single biggest thing that people, and in particular women, get wrong about? Let's start with women's suffrage, the right to vote.
Yeah.
What do you think is the biggest misconception?
Well, everybody assumes that the reason there was a push to give women suffrage is because women demanded it.
Right.
That it was a grassroots thing, that women looked around and went, oh my God, we're oppressed. This is terrible. We need...
This is a good impression of the women, though.
Yeah. Oh my
I
God,
feel like
this is
they sound.
terrible.
Lips that touch liquor, and now we touch ours. Like, oh, your
lips that touch wine shall
your
never touch mine.
sore-riddled, scurvy lips. Whatever will I do? Not
yeah,
you,
yeah, yeah. Everybody looked at Susan B. Anthony and they were like, "Darn! I wish she would, was more into guys." Yeah, I'm sure everybody was.
I'm sure there was like a token black back then who was like, Susan B. Anthony got a fat ass.
Probably. Actually, a lot of the suffrage movement kind of overlapped with and piggybacked off of like a lot of the blacks' rights, civil rights stuff.
Yeah.
Post-Civil War, which a lot of those people did not appreciate. They were like, "Why are these rich white, like urban women, trying to like throw their plight in with us and act like they're oppressed?"
Oh, they always do that. That was
They
when
always
it was it
do.
Prop,
They're doing it now.
Prop 8 with gay marriage. They're like,
Yeah.
it's just like civil rights, and it's like, don't compare the plight, like, because slavery, obviously horrible, obviously wrong. Like, that doesn't mean that I support reparations, but yes, slavery is objectively bad. Don't compare that to friction.
Yes.
So they always do that. But let's go back to, because
Yeah.
because I got off with a pseudo Tracy Morgan. So it wasn't coming from women.
No.
Yeah. Explain to people, because everyone thinks, well, women wanted it and men were like, you should. No.
Yeah. No, so they had a big PR problem throughout the whole, first wave suffrage movement through the 1800s. It was not popular. It was deeply unpopular with all of America, but especially with women. In fact, in the history of women's suffrage, Susan B. Anthony said, and Elizabeth Stady Canton as well, they said we'd never get this passed if it was up to women.
Right.
If it was just women voting on it, we would never get it passed. In fact, they had a lot of early referendums in certain states, like in Massachusetts, they had a big one where it was like only 4% of eligible women who could vote in the referendum on whether they wanted the vote on the ballot at all, even bothered to show up. And the ones that did show up voted for it, but it was like a tiny minority. And every time they would poll or, let women vote in referendums, they would say no.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like deeply, deeply unpopular, and there was more women who were groups of members of anti-suffrage groups than pro-suffrage groups until like right before the passage of the 19th.
Right.
And so it took them like 75 years of non-stop propaganda to even get half of women on board with it, and they had really good reasons. So
right. That was going to be my next question for
Yeah.
people who don't know why. Because I remember the first time I heard this, I know we referenced her, Karen Strawn was around, she's Canadian, a long time ago, in a similar space to what you do. But I would, and this is not at all a slight to her, she's great. I highly recommend people check her out, but not as thorough, I would say, in looking at your book. Why? Because it shocks a lot of people as to, they go, well, why wouldn't women want the right to vote? That makes no sense.
Yeah, and that's because we look back at history through a presentist lens. We're looking at things that happened 100, 150 years ago through our 2026 eyes with all of our preconceptions about what rights are and about what America is and what democracy looks like and all that sort of thing. But we're talking the mid to late 1800s. Women in the United States already felt that they had kind of a privileged position over men because a lot of states had laws in place, for example, like New York. If you were a wealthy woman and you entered into marriage, you had a lot of protections for whatever your inheritance was, whatever things you already owned. Yes, women could own stuff, You always hear this like, oh, women couldn't own anything. They weren't real people. They were chained to the stove. They couldn't leave the house.
Right.
None of them could read. They were all uneducated. Totally bullshit lies. None of that's true.
Right.
So I carefully debunk all of that in the book, and I use the actual writings of suffragists at the time to prove it. So it's not my opinion.
Right.
So if you don't like it or you think I'm wrong, you'll have to take it up with, Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton and all of the other prominent suffragists who were writing at the time and saying, we cannot get women on board with this because they already have everything they want, pretty much. They can go to school. There was never any prohibition on women being educated. In fact, most women were more educated than most men in this time period because they were the ones who generally taught children. We didn't have the compulsory public education system yet, so it was usually mothers, ladies in your hometown who were teaching the kids how to read and things like that, whereas men, usually you're going out to work on the farm or in the coal fields or something like this. The pits. Or you're going off to war or something like that. So boys
Another form of pit, but yes.
Boys would do like 5th grade.
Yeah.
Reading, writing, arithmetic. If they can kind of sort of read signs, that's good enough.
I still have, I've told the story before, I need to find it. I still have my my maternal grandfather's pool cue. He, I think, exactly what you just said, I think 5th grade, maybe 4th grade. And he hustled pool halls during the Great Depression to support his family. And I have it, it's one of those screwed together pool cues, it's kind of bent. That's what fed the family.
Yeah.
And there were women in the family. They weren't hustling pool. And sometimes, like you said, we're so removed. It's that Seventh Day presentist's view.
Yes.
I blame Ellen G. White, looking back. But yes, yeah, that's so. They felt privileged.
Yes, they felt privileged. They felt like they had a
Can
lot
I
of
devil's
protections
advocate,
they would
just so
lose.
because I know what people are going to say?
Sure.
There were a couple of Ivy League schools that were like, no, it's only for those with cocks, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But it wasn't a lot.
You couldn't go to Harvard and do like certain doctorate programs.
Right.
Sure. Okay. But you had, and this is what feminists will do. So like the whole history, the reason it's presented a certain way, the reason we've all heard the same story about it is because of all the PR problems. So the real support for early suffragists came from socialists. It came from polygamists. It came from people who wanted to legalize prostitution. It came from a lot of, sources that, especially back then, were seen as like kind of beneath most people, like down in the mud kind of thing. And so, yeah, I guess there were some things that maybe some women weren't allowed to do, but nobody ever talks about it as though, yeah, that was the case for everyone.
Right.
Most men couldn't get into those programs. Most men couldn't vote.
Right.
Until right before most women couldn't vote.
Can you explain that to people? Because I've covered that in the show, but sort of, in passing.
Yeah.
That this is a very new concept.
Yes.
The idea that voting, people just say like universal suffrage. Let's just break that down. Universal voting, meaning you live in said location, therefore you're entitled to a say.
Right.
That was almost never the case historically and wasn't the case in the United States. Can you kind of fill people in on some of the expectations or responsibilities that needed to be met even by men in order to vote?
Well, it depended on the place because, especially at this time period, states' rights were more important. And so it depended the state or territory that you were in. Like Wyoming gave women the right to vote early in order to be able to become a state.
Can you
so it
sit
wasn't
cross-legged?
so much that they were like, oh, we just really care about these broads' opinions. It was more like, we need the numbers.
Yeah.
So same thing with Utah with the Mormons. They wanted to keep polygamy legal, so they granted early women's voting
Not
rights
for long.
and things like that.
I
But
would have to
most
hold
men
myself
in
up,
most states, there were restrictions. It could be anything from a poll tax, which if you couldn't afford, you couldn't vote. Too bad for you. A literacy test, a civics test, religious requirements in some states. You had to at least proclaim some kind of Christian faith or maybe even a specific denomination, depending on where you were. Age restrictions, racial restrictions. There were a lot of...
Obviously the draft, and even I think some states had mandatory bucket duty, volunteer firefighter service.
Yeah, you had
another form of draft.
Yes.
What was the other? Sometimes it was property ownership.
Yep, property ownership.
Yeah, you couldn't. In other words, you couldn't just be a renter who didn't serve your country, who paid no taxes, who couldn't read. God forbid you were black. I'm joking, but not really. That's what they said. That's a bang on impression. But no, yeah, that's a thing. And there was even a period of time where some women were able to vote in certain states where they didn't have to meet requirements, while men in said location couldn't vote. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we have this perception, and the reason we have this perception is because of gender studies departments and because of, you know, women's lib propaganda.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it off for there because that's a lot for the next page. So. So that's 6 hours. Holy fuck.